Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. My name is Michael Hirschman. I'm the Global CEO of ICSS, and I want to welcome you all here today on a snowy day in Washington, D.C., and a special recognition to His Excellency, the Ambassador from Qatar to the United States, and all the other dignitaries and friends in the room. I'm very grateful for the U.S. Chambers and the McCain Institute's support for this function today, this sports forum. Today's event has kind of a special meaning in that just 2 days ago, we celebrated the great civil rights leader, Dr. Martin Luther King. Now, Dr. King was not an athlete, although he was a great billiards player, pool player. Nevertheless, he recognized and understood that sports is one of the lenses through which we examine some of the most important cultural issues of our day. Sports provides a common platform and language for people all over the world. Yes, Dr. King, with remarkable insight, knew the political and symbolic power of sports. He understood that athletes could serve as role models and improve chances for equality and peace throughout the world. Sport is a trillion-dollar industry which touches the lives of billions. It brings joy to many, many, and yes, frustrations. I'm a Washington National fan, a baseball fan here in Washington, D.C., and I've been frustrated for years that they can't get beyond the first round in the playoffs. But harnessed correctly, sports can indeed be a powerful tool to bring together diverse groups, young, old, rich, poor, Muslim, Jew, white, black, bring them together for the betterment of society. But today, sports is at a crossroads. It has been tainted by scandal and victimized by violence. One only has to pick up a newspaper to read about the latest doping scandal in sports. And that's why we at ICSS have spent a lot of time and effort to develop a trusted athlete app to inform athletes and their parents of the dangers of taking certain supplements and pharmaceuticals. One only has to turn on the television to see the latest scandal about child abuse by coaches and sometimes team doctors, people who parents trusted with the lives of their children. And that's why we're working very hard to develop, as well at ICSS, a trusted coach app so parents can be assured when their children go to play sports, they're in safe hands. But that's what we're here to talk about today, how we can continue to help sports to influence people around the world. The next two speakers, Tom Donahue, the president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Mohammed Hanzab, the chairman of ICSS, are people who Martin Luther King spoke of when he said the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and moments of convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Both in their own way have personally sacrificed to make the world a better place. Tom, through business, Mohammed, through sports, and it's my honor to bring them together today at this forum. Tom?
Thank you very much, Michael. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chamber of Commerce of the United States. We have a very emotional exchange within the Chamber around sports, depending on which season it is and which of the Washington teams are doing what and how well. They're a lot better, Michael, than they were. It's really interesting, however, if you follow, for example, the NFL, they got 30 teams or something like that, and you end up getting 4 really serious teams in the final playoffs. They seem that they fire all the other coaches after a year or two. And no matter what they do, they still can't beat New England. But it's great to have you here we have a lot of conversation about sports, and the issues that Michael has raised are serious and need consideration, and we're glad to help out. We're also pleased to join several of the honored guests and partners in this effort. Cindy McCain, a wonderful woman who is the chair of the McCain Institute dealing with human trafficking. It's an advisory council, and by the way, now she is going to come in by technology because, as you know, she's caring for the senator who's undergoing some difficult times, and you might keep him in your thoughts and prayers. I want to say another welcome to Dikembe Mutombo, one of the great athletes that I watched for a long time. Then the former chairman of the International Center for Sports Security, Mohammed Hasbed, and His Excellency, the Sheikh Michel Al-Thani, I got it, the Qatar ambassador of the United States. So I was very glad to just see him for a minute. We had to get a quick piece of business done, and that worked very well. But we're all here today because we love sports. Matter of fact, every morning when I get to the first newspaper I'm going to use, and I deal with all kinds of stuff all over the world, I say I'm going to be a regular guy today, and the first thing I do is look at the headlines in the sports page. I also do that in every town I go to go call on our companies and potential members, because the first thing you want to be able to talk about is who won, who lost, and who just got fired in the sports business. We recognize how important all of these people and all of the efforts of what you're doing today are to the nation's culture, its identity, and often its economy. And we are committed to strengthening the industries and preserving its vital role in society. Our children learn the values of teamwork and hard work and commitment on fields, on courts, and in gyms. I've spent a lot of time now with our grandchildren who are now playing sports, but I look back to what our children learned playing sports, and it was very significant. Sports are also vital to the economies. In the United States, sports generate $15 billion in revenue every year. I think that's a low number, by the way. The industry is a major driver of employment, not only providing sports-related jobs, but creating opportunities in construction and healthcare and hospitality and food service, transportation, maintenance, on and on and on. As we'll all hear today, sports is also a significant economic force around the globe, and that creates attractive investment opportunities. For example, the preparations are well underway for the World Cup in 2022, which will be hosted in Qatar just 4 years from now. The Qatar Supreme Committee has made record-breaking investments in infrastructure and technology to support the gains, and there are vast opportunities for American businesses to participate in this growth and opportunity. Already, over 300 U.S. companies do business with Qatar, and we expect this number to grow significantly in the lead up to the games. Whether at home or abroad, sports is a big business. So it's important to bring together all of the stakeholders and consider how we can strengthen the industry broadly. And that raises a lot of questions today. How do we ensure the security of sporting events and venues to protect fans, athletes, and employees? How do we continue to promote the role of sports in childhood and youth while keeping young people safe? And how do we improve governance, financial transparency, and integrity in the sporting industry? Addressing these challenges is critical to maintaining a vibrant sport industry that encourages growth in our economy and enriches our lives. So today we'll hear a terrific lineup of speakers with experience in all these subjects: technology, law enforcement, civil society, youth affairs. But let me again, before we get started, thank our participants, our co-sponsors, the McCain Institute and ICSS for their partnership, their expertise, their insights, and their good friendship, and we're very pleased to have you all here today. I hope you have a very fine experience here. And before I leave, I want to call to your attention the ceiling in this room. Around the sides are the flags of the great explorers that led to the opening of the Western world. And on the ceiling, and later you could look at it, is that history of the development of the United States, the original states. This was finished sometime around 1923, so we've missed a few states and a little excitement between now and then. But it reminds me every time I get up here to make a point, who started this thing? What challenges did they face? And are ours as difficult and serious as theirs? I don't think so. I think we can face our challenges and do something about it, and I wish you good luck in getting it done today, and thank you for joining us here at the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. I also want to recognize one of our key co-sponsors, the Qatar Chamber of Commerce, an organization that has supported ICSS and the betterment of sports for many years. And now I'd like to call up to the podium someone who's a passionary. That's a combination of someone with great passion and vision. Mohammed Hanzab, who founded ICSS, and who spends 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, trying to figure out what's best in the world of sports. Mohammed?
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I warmly welcome, actually very warmly welcome because it's very freezing outside, and acknowledge the presence of the Ambassador of the State of Qatar to the United States, His Excellency Sheikh Mish'al bin Hamad Al Thani, who joined us this morning. Also to Mr. Adil Al-Manna'i, board members of the Qatar Chamber of Commerce, and ask you, Mr. Al-Manna'i, to pass on my personal gratitude to the Qatar Chamber's chairman, Sheikh Khalifa bin Jassim Al Thani, for your partnerships with the ICSS and Save the Dream, and now for this forum. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation for our forum host, partners, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and to the McCain Institute. President Tom, my thanks to you and to the team here and at the Chambers, not only for hosting us, but for your active and interested support. To Ms. Cindy McCain and Megan, my deepest gratitude. Over the next few hours, we will hear from sport executives, government representatives, law enforcement leaders, former and current athletes, international organizations, and from business and entrepreneurs. We will be discussing the future of an institution that I'm sure everyone in this room cares deeply about. It is sport, the games we love, the teams we cheer for, and the moments we will never forget. If you ask any Qatari which moment he will never forget, it's the moment when they announced Qatar will host the World Cup. It's the moment when Qatar 81 got second in the World Cup in Australia. We will never forget this moment as Qatari. Sport is an unparalleled economic, social, and cultural force, as the President of the Chamber just mentioned. Yet, it is under attack. As supporters, sponsors, legislators, lawyers, law enforcers, civil society, executive, athletes, all of us, stewards of sport, don't we all have a profound responsibility to protect sport for this and for the future generation? It worries me really when I see the future generations more into the e-game not onto the physical sport. We must come together to protect the legacy of sport. And it is really a big legacy. And coming from Qatar, I can see the change happening in my country because of the World Cup. It is a very, very positive change at all levels, economically and at social legislation. Many, many things is improving. With the work of the International Center for the Center of Sport Security, ICSS, we participate in those conversations. We lead the debates. We innovate to develop a portfolio of products at the service of sport. We feel the responsibility of safeguarding what we love, sport. Nearly 7 years ago, now I envisage an organization that would help bring together knowledge and expertise from around the world to benefit and safeguard sport. This organization would cooperate, and bring together governments and key stakeholders from all sectors of sport industry to share knowledge and experience. It would apply a scientific-based approach, and we did that through two solid partnerships, one with the Sorbonne University, and we created a share of ethics with the Sorbonne University, and one with Harvard University to measure the economics impact of sport. So we always use a scientific-based approach and help develop tools and resources that would make a real differences to protecting and safeguarding sport. When I founded the ICSS, I did so with a vision for what sport could be, a form that unifies people, a celebration of hard work, dedication, and great achievements. I saw a game free from corruption, and I saw stadiums and arenas that were safe and secure for all. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we can make this vision a reality if we are willing to act together. As with SIGA, Sport Integrity Global Alliance, we started it. As with the hosting of today's forum, as with the policies of handbooks developed by the ICSS, with the UNESCO, and with UNODC, with the Council of Europe, with the Commonwealth of Ministers of Sport. This is the result of partnership, of working together, our collective action. And yesterday we announced a partnership which we are really proud of with US Anti-Doping Agency. Protecting the integrity of sport is not exclusively owned by one body, a single country, or one entity. Protecting the integrity of sport is a shared responsibility, one that everyone can contribute to and play an active role. I thank you all for your attendance and interest, and I look forward to a lively and fruitful discussion. Thank you all.
Mohammed, thank you for your leadership, and we hope your passion is contagious in the room and beyond this event. I'm Steve Lutz with the Middle East team here at the Chamber, and I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Mr. Mohammed El Ahmadi, the Manager for Commercial Assurance and Program Services with the Supreme Committee for the Delivery and Legacy of World Cup 22. We did have the Chamber had a delegation in Doha in 2016, and we had the honor of touring one of the stadiums and getting a preview. So we look forward to your update and learning more about the commercial and project opportunities for American companies in this exciting endeavor that the state of Qatar is undertaking. So, Mohammed, with that, we're going to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's given me great pleasure to speak here today in front of such an influential audience. My name is Mohammed Al-Imadi, and I work for the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy in the Program Services Department, which is responsible to deliver best-of-the-class service to all the infrastructure required for the FIFA World Cup 2022 in Qatar. As you all aware, the 2022 World Cup has raised Qatar portfolio on international stage significantly. It has created opportunity for a new generation, for young people across the nation. It's accelerated the national development project in Qatar. For me, having lived in Houston for 3 years, the United States hold lifelong memory for me and for my family. I therefore hope that today serves to enhance the existing strong tie between our nation. In the recent year, the SC has made a commercial agreement with US businesses. It's worth about 1.8 billion Qatari riyal, which is equivalent to 0.5 billion US dollar. That's only between the SC and US businesses. And the state of Qatar has maintained a similar collaboration with the US. I'm confident many of the organizations represented here can help us in our journey to 2022. We are looking for partners who are committed to working with us for long term and who can play a role in developing our country. So what is a Supreme Committee? So as soon as Qatar won the right to host the tournament back in December 2010, His Highness, the Father Emir, and His Highness, the Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, had foresight to establish the SC as a committee who are responsible to deliver the preparation for the tournament. We have been charged to deliver the infrastructure for the FIFA World Cup 2022 and to coordinate between the private and the public sector to ensure that tournament legacy that will help to accelerate our country national development plan. When we bid, we told the world that we will deliver amazing. Today, we are roughly 500 people who are working very hard to deliver an amazing tournament for the 1.5 million traveler fans that we are expecting to arrive to Doha in 2022, and the other billions of fans who will be watching us around the world. So I want to begin by playing a short video to show you what we have achieved so far and to give you a flavor of the hosting concept.
When Qatar won the right to host the 2022 FIFA World Cup, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to showcase this unique country and region was created. Qatar is realizing a vision for the future that will define a nation and a region for generations to come. The tournament will open the door to new worlds. A new world of intercultural understanding, a new world of opportunities and development, and a new world of experiences at the tournament and beyond. Accessible, sustainable, and truly remarkable, Qatar's compact and connected hosting plan ensures a FIFA World Cup like no other. The country's infrastructure is being transformed. An ultra-modern airport, expressways, and a new metro system will be in place by 2022. An abundance of hotels and other accommodation options will cater to every type of visitor, with experiences ranging from classic luxury, authentic Bedouin-style camping, and serviced apartments, ideal for families and large groups of traveling supporters. Fans will have a maximum travel time between stadiums of just 1 hour. For the first time in the modern era, fans will be able to attend multiple FIFA World Cup matches in a single day. Reduced travel times will also help Qatar achieve another first. The tournament will be the first fully carbon-neutral FIFA World Cup, a green milestone that reiterates Qatar's commitment to sustainability while providing a lasting legacy for the region and the world. The jewels in the crown are the state-of-the-art stadiums being built and renovated for the tournament. They will feature innovative new cooling technologies, iconic designs, and fully detachable upper tiers that will be distributed to developing countries after the tournament, creating a legacy that will last long after the final whistle in 2022. The stadiums are being woven into the urban fabric of the communities, creating vibrant, multi-use neighborhoods that will cater to local needs and become hubs for culture, commerce, and education. Stadium locations were all selected based on their potential for legacy use, existing infrastructure and available services, as well as Qatar's sustainability commitments. All are aligned with the nation's long-term development plans and the Qatar National Vision 2030. Team base camps will be a home away from home for the competing nations. Paired with world-class training facilities and less than an hour away from the stadiums, travel times will be cut dramatically, allowing for more training and relaxation. Players will be in peak physical condition, able to provide the ultimate spectacle in elite sport on the world's greatest stage. There will be an abundance of options for supporters away from the stadiums who still want to soak up the special FIFA World Cup atmosphere. Across Qatar, fan zones will provide family-friendly spaces to watch matches together and create more wonderful memories of the unifying power of the beautiful game. By harnessing the innovative spirit of Qatar, its values and its renowned hospitality, the tournament will change the way football is experienced and change the face of a country and a region forever. Join us on a journey to an amazing new world.
So building on what we have just seen, what are the most important aspects of everything that make the Qatar World Cup unique? Firstly, as some of you know, Qatar is a small country, so we are using this one as an advantage for us. So for the first time in modern FIFA World Cup history, fans in 2022 will be able to attend 2 or more matches per day. They can ride public transportation to everywhere, and they have the option to stay in one accommodation for their entire stay if they wish. Secondly, as I've said, this is the first FIFA World Cup to ever take place in Arab world. So we are working hard to make sure that it's the tournament that all the region football fans can get behind and enjoy. At the time when people are trying to highlight our differences, we are also using the power of football to bridge culture and to bring people together, and helping to educate the world about the Middle Eastern culture. So now I would like to walk you through the 8 stadiums that we are building for the FIFA World Cup. These stadiums are designed by the world's leading architect, and 7 out of 8 stadiums are being constructed from the scratch. And each of the stadiums has unique design and, of course, its own legacy for the society. So starting with the first stadium, Khalifa International Stadium, this is our national stadium, which was launched to the world as the first completed World Cup venue last year. So it's more than 5 years before the tournament. So this stadium was built in 1976 and hosted many of the events in Qatar. So it has a lot of memory for the Qatari people. And also it hosted many of the mega events, such as the Asian Games in 2006. So this is a 40,000-seater. So that means it will host all the game up to the quarterfinal in the FIFA 2022. It will also host the 2019 International Association of Athletic Federation World Championship next year. So this picture was taken inside the stadium in May 2017 when we launched the stadium during the Amiri Final Cup. So as you can see, the stadium was packed with 40,000 fans who attended the match, and I was one of them who attended the match. You know, in Qatar, the summer is very hot. The temperature at that time was around 90 Fahrenheit degree, but thanks to our innovation, our cooling technology, the temperature was inside the precinct around 73 Fahrenheit degree. So we were enjoying the game comfortably. Next is Al Bayt Stadium. It's located in Al Khor city, which is north of Qatar. As you can see, this is a giant construction of tent. This is basically, the design was inspired by Bayt al-Sha'ar, as a tent that we historically, the Qatari and some of the Gulf region are using. So this is a 60,000 stadium. It will host game up to the final, up to the semifinal in 2022. So the upper tier of the stadium will be dismantled after the tournament and will be donated to the national that lack sporting infrastructure. This is the picture inside the stadium. As you can see, we are progressing to build a stadium. The current progress for this stadium is at 78% completion, and we are on track to deliver this stadium this year. This is Al Wakra Stadium. It's located in the south of Qatar. It is in one of the Qatari oldest inhabited area. This eye-catching design of the stadium was designed by the Iraqi-British architect Zaha Hadad. It's inspired by the traditional dough boat that we have in Qatar. So this is a 40,000 seating stadium. It will host games up to the quarterfinal. And after the tournament will finish, the upper tier of the stadium will be dismantled and 20,000 seats will be donated to the national that lack sporting infrastructure. The stadium will include a range of facilities, such as a school, multi-purpose indoor area, wedding hall, retail spaces. The current progress of this stadium is at 58% completion, and we are targeting to complete this project to deliver it to the world this year, inshallah. So this year we'll have two stadiums to be delivered to the world. First, as I show you, Al Bayt Stadium, and the next one is Al Wakra Stadium. This is Qatar Foundation Stadium. It's located in the education city. It is in the center of knowledge and innovation. The landscape surrounding that stadium is leading by universities such as Texas A&M and Northwestern and Georgetown University, and of course, Weill Cornell University for medical. This is, again, is 40,000 seats stadium. It will host games throughout the quarterfinal, and after the tournament, the upper tier will be dismantled and will be given to developing nations that lack sporting infrastructure. And the venue later on will become a stadium for the student who will be living or who will be studying in the education city. The stadium will include a range of facilities, such as gymnasium, athletic track, water sports center, and indoor and outdoor tennis court. So the progress of this stadium is at 39%, and we are targeting to complete this project next year, 2019. Al Rayyan Stadium. Al Rayyan is known for its culture and the community who love their popular football team. This is a 40,000 seating stadium. It will host a game throughout the quarterfinal in 2022. After the tournament, against 20,000 of the seats will be donated to developing football nations that lack sport infrastructure. The stadium will include a range of facilities for the community. It will have aquatic center, athletic track, cricket pitch, hockey pitch, and tennis court. We are at 43% completion, and we plan to complete this project in 2019 to deliver it to the world. So by next year, we will, inshallah, will deliver two projects, two stadiums. One is Al Rayyan, and the Qatar Foundation Stadium. Then we have Al Thumama Stadium. Al Thumama Stadium is located 7 miles south of Doha. It is one of my favorite stadiums because it's next to my home. It's only a 3-minute walk. And the stadium, the design of this stadium is the shape of a gahfiya. Gahfiya, which is a traditional woven cap that the Arab man usually wear it. This is a 40,000 seats stadium. And once during the legacy mode, after the tournament finish, the stadium capacity will be reduced to meet the local need while providing quality sporting infrastructure to developing nation. The current progress for this stadium is at 17% completion, and we plan to deliver this stadium to the world in 2020. So I would like now to briefly update you on the ongoing infrastructure that's happening now in Qatar. Our tournament, the FIFA 2022, is supported by some of the Qatar's most ambitious projects. This project will ensure fans who travel to Qatar in 2022 will have seamless experience from the moment they arrive at the Hamad International Airport. The Doha Metro, it's run by Qatar Rail, is due to be completed next year. And once being completed, it will take over 200,000 cars from the road. The project will ensure fans who travel between Qatar have seamless experience. And the travel between two stations only will take you 2 minutes. So this will give the fan easy to travel around the city. And during the tournament, this metro will run 24 hours. So this will ensure the fan can enjoy what Qatar can give them around the clock. Hamad International Airport currently welcomes 30 million passengers every year, but it is undergoing an expansion that will increase the capacity to 53 million by 2022. By 2022, we will be able to process 8,700 incoming fans every hour. This will ensure flawless arriving and departure process for the expecting people that we are expecting about 1.5 million traveling fans to Doha. The airport will be connected to the Doha Metro and will take less than 15 minutes once you arrive to the airport to reach to the central of Doha. The expressway. Qatar is undergoing a rapid and comprehensive road upgrade. 34 expressways are planned with a due completion date in 2021, while hundreds of intersections being installed across the country to reduce the traffic. Now I would like to update you about the security strategy for the SC. Qatar already ranked as one of the safest countries to live in and to visit, with very low rate level of violence and crime. As a result, Qatar is already a major tourism destination, attracting many of the 50 million tourists who will be visiting the region. Qatar hosted more than 90 major sporting events. Careful planning of these events has ensured successful and safe delivery each and every time. The SC has been involved in many of these events, such as the World Handball Champions League in 2015, the ExxonMobil tennis event, and the exhibition matches between Barcelona and Ahly that happened in Doha, and the Super Coppa Italian that happened between Juventus and AC Milan. We are also regularly send our observation program to major events. We send our observation program to attend the FIFA World Cup in Brazil in 2014, and this year we will send them to attend the FIFA World Cup in Russia. As the SC, we are determined to deliver greatest, safest, and the most secure FIFA World Cup ever. In 2012, the SC and the State of Qatar established a security committee, and it was led by the Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, His Excellency, Sheikh Abdullah bin Nasser bin Khalifa Al Thani. The Security Committee is responsible for drafting the integration of safety and security strategy. This includes a number of worldwide cooperation agreements with different institutes. The ICSS and the Interpol are our two partners. We also have security agreement with UK Home Office that have helped us to establish a national police unit for the security of the stadiums. This is the first in Qatar and the first in the Middle East. Finally, the SC and the State of Qatar work with the Consular of Europe to ensure our standard of security match best practice. I'm now going to give you a very quick overview of the business opportunity for the SC. Here, as you can see, a list of the business opportunity that we have with the SC. So we have a lighting system for field of play and for the seating, MEP, the mechanical and electrical plumbing, cooling system is a big item, and fan villages, overlay, and the operation and maintenance, whether it's a security operation and maintenance or the pre-tournament or post-tournament. And of course, the facility management. Facility management, after we deliver the stadium up to the tournament operation, we need to have facility management to maintain the stadium to be ready for the FIFA World Cup. For any additional information regarding the business opportunity, you can contact the business relation on the email below, or you can find me and my colleague during the break. We could provide you with more contact about the business opportunity. I hope that all of you have found my presentation is informative. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Mohammed, I think your presentation was so comprehensive that you addressed everybody's questions in that. But I know that you'll be here throughout the day, so if anybody does have questions, please find Mohammed or those of us at the Chamber, and we'll help make the connection. I think we're going to get ready for our first panel, and in the interim, we're going to just take a brief recess and let everybody get a refill on your coffee. And if at this time I could ask the panelists for the Protecting Major Events panel to please come forward. And we'll reconvene back in here very shortly in just a few minutes, but feel free to get a cup of coffee, and we'll jump into our first panel here very soon. Good morning again, everybody. If we can get everybody to kindly return to their seats, we're going to continue with our program. So if we can please get everybody to take their seats again, and we'll start with our first panel. Thank you all very much. We're on chamber time, so we're running ahead, and we're being very efficient here. It gives me great pleasure to introduce one of my colleagues, a Senior Vice President for National Security and Emergency Preparedness, Ann Beauchesne, and she's going to moderate and take us through a discussion on protecting major events. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ann.
Great, thanks, Steve. Are we live? Okay, good, we're working. Good morning, everyone. As Steve said, I'm Ann Beauchesne. I run the Chamber's National Security and Emergency Preparedness Department here in the building. For those of you who are not familiar with what we're doing, we've got a very robust national security task force that kind of helps steer our priorities for the Chamber on Homeland Security, national security, cybersecurity, supply chain, preparedness issues. We got a little bit of everything. Former Governor Tom Ridge, the first Secretary of DHS, is our chairman. He's been our chair for 5 years or so. That's my plug. I just wanted, if you're not involved with the Chamber's national security efforts and you'd like to be, see me after, and we'd love to get you signed up and be a part of our crew. So with that, let me introduce our panel this morning. First of all, thank you all. I'm glad the snow didn't do too much damage. We were expecting a little bit more. No 2-hour delay, no nothing. And you know in DC, our snow removal process, no offense, gentlemen, it's kind of wait for the sun to come out. But so we were lucky with that. So let me introduce our panel to you. We've got David Wolf here with us. I'm very pleased that you're able to join us, David. David's the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary for Infrastructure Protection at the Department of Homeland Security. We've worked very closely here at the Chamber with the IP over the years, so thanks for taking the time. David, he leads the national effort to reduce risk to the nation's critical infrastructure posed by terrorists. He's also responsible for strengthening national preparedness, a timely response and rapid recovery in the aftermath of an incident, whether it's man-made or natural disaster. David, I know you're really busy, so thanks for making time, and thanks for filling in at the last minute. We appreciate that very much. Next, we have Colonel Edwin Rossler, who is the Chief of Police for the Fairfax County Police Department. 29-year veteran in law enforcement, the Colonel has previously managed crime-fighting efforts across all 8 district stations and directed police emergency responses to a variety of natural disasters and tactical operational events. Colonel has served numerous senior command assignments throughout his career, including Director of the Criminal Justice Academy. Colonel, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. And I know you have brought with you the chaplain for the Redskins. We appreciate you joining us on stage, Chaplain. We'll hear from you later. Thank you very much. And it was a surprise guest, so thank you. I don't have a proper introduction, but we'll get to him in just a second. And then next we've got Jeff Carroll, who is the Assistant Chief for the Homeland Security Bureau at the DC Metropolitan Police Department. In his executive command position, he is responsible for the implementation of the objectives set by the Chief of Police, as well as the mayor of the District of Columbia. Previously, he served as commander of the Special Operations Unit, overseeing emergency response teams, domestic security operations, and special events. Chief, we really appreciate you being here today. Thank you for coming. So let's do a little background to set the stage. In this past year, we saw serious attacks at major events around the globe, from tragic shootings and bombings to concerts being attacked to vehicle ramming incidents. And next month is going to be a very busy time for major events, both in the United States as well as across the world. As we've heard this morning, we have the Winter Olympics coming up in South Korea, and of course we've got our Super Bowl taking place in Minnesota. And as we think about 2022 and the World Cup, law enforcement will face a significant challenge for traditional physical security threats, but as well as advanced cybersecurity threats too. And the successful protection of these events requires effective collaboration between all agencies at the federal, state, and local level, which is why it's great to see the representatives we have here today on the stage. So I'd like to start by giving each of you a couple of minutes just to talk a bit more. I did a very brief intro, so a little bit more about your job, your department, your agency's role in planning and preparing and executing of protecting major events. And David, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Anne. And thanks, of course, to the Chamber for putting on this really great event. Thrilled to be up here with this esteemed group of panelists. Excited also to see that you will be hearing from great panelists throughout the day, to include Dikembe Mutombo, NBA Hall of Famer. Little known fact, Dikembe and I played together at Georgetown in the late 1980s. No, not a joke.
Like, really?
Not a joke. It's true. It's true. Dikembe was laser focused on the basketball, taking it to the likes of Syracuse and Villanova, leading us to Big East championships. I, however, was a two-sport athlete. You don't see that much these days. Intramural softball and Super Mario Brothers, which is very intense. Very intense. Does that count against my time, Ann, that joke?
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, good. All right, awesome. Very excited to be here representing the Department of Homeland Security. Thrilled to be serving as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Infrastructure Protection. Our goal with respect to the security of major events such as sporting events is to work across the community, so to include working with our state and local partners in the law enforcement community, in the first responder community, and very importantly as well to work across the private sector. The threat to sporting events and major public gathering events in general is absolutely a very real, a very relevant one. We work at DHS across 16 separate critical infrastructure sectors, so looking at things like the security of the electric grid, oil refineries, even our election systems of late. But critical infrastructure to us includes as well commercial facilities. We have a commercial facilities sector of which within which we have several subsectors to include a sports league subsector. And very much consider sporting events, baseball games, football games, marathons, and other places where our public gathers to be sort of central to the functioning of our society and of our way of life. And I think because of that, these are very attractive targets for our adversaries. So something that we take very seriously. Our approach to fostering security of these events is really twofold. The first part kind of focuses on partnerships. We bring together representatives from the major sports leagues, from individual franchises and teams, from stadium authorities, from arenas, from other venues, bring them together in a sports league sector council that works on developing strategies, developing products through which we can facilitate the sharing of threat information, the sharing of best practices focused on security, really with the goal of sort of raising the bar across the sporting community. The other area in which we work is sort of more operationally focused, and I should say I have a couple of my folks here, Shannon Brown on the partnership side, right there in the back, and I'm about to talk about what we do more operationally. Much of which. Oh, okay. All right.
I got
okay,
a lot
Kyle,
of questions here.
Not time for you yet. All right.
Okay. Thank you, David. Sorry to cut you off.
No, I'm
Okay, Colonel, a little bit about what you're doing.
Sure. Well, good morning. And for those that don't know, Fairfax County is right on the other side of the Potomac River. We're 400 square miles with a population of over 1.2 million. It's a large urban community in the United States of America. And back in the late 2000s, to take you on a little history lesson, we had a couple athletes in the police department and fire department that participated for a long time in the World Police and Fire Games, and they would travel the world. And they came to me when I was in a different rank and the chief at the time, and they made a pitch. Let's have Fairfax County, the Chamber of Commerce in Fairfax County, and others bid for the World Police and Fire Games. So several times we attempted to make that bid, and finally in the late 2000s we were successful. And as you observed earlier with the video for the next games, we went through the same exact process. The World Police and Fire Games draws anywhere from 10 to 12,000 athletes, their friends, and their families from around the world. So it's a big deal. And we had to use the existing infrastructure in the metropolitan Washington, D.C. area, venues just like you saw on the video. And clearly, Homeland Security, other federal agencies, local agencies were all a great help for us for security planning. We were blessed to travel the world over the years to go to other venues that the police and fire games were being hosted at and learn about their security plans, their infrastructure. And one thing I learned in Belfast from the chief at the time, these games cannot happen without community engagement. And I remember her challenge. She wanted 3,000 community members to volunteer to be host points of contacts for all the different athletes coming from around the world and have a language skill set so we could get people from point A to point B in their language without getting lost, so they had a sense of family. She achieved that. So when I came back to Fairfax County, we said we need to leverage engagement with the community to make the games a success and secure the games. We needed more eyes and ears on the ground. So our goal was to get about 3,000 volunteers. In 2015, when we had the games, we had over 4,200 volunteers from the community in all different languages. We certified all our volunteers to be in our community alert program, and we gave them shirts, aka uniforms, and they had communications with law enforcement and public safety personnel. They were on the metro and all points of travel in and around the venues of the games, and that's what made it a success. But the other key piece was the legacy of engagement with the community to take that into the future. So my special guest today is the chaplain of the Redskins, Brett Fuller. who is part of that legacy that continues to help Fairfax County Police, the law enforcement profession, network with NFL players to, again, provide more security at the ground level with the players in the community. So, Brett, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chief?
Good morning. As you said, Ann, thank you very much for the invitation to speak here. I think this is a very important topic to go over, especially with the emerging trends. I oversee the Homeland Security Bureau, the Metropolitan Police Department. That's comprised of our intelligence branch, along with their Joint Strategic and Tactical Analysis Center, which oversees our operations center, which we activate for large-scale operations, as well as we run a daily 24/7 an hour, like a watch desk there. Also, the Special Operations Division is housed within the Homeland Security Bureau, and that's where a majority of our special event planning for major events takes place. Our Special Operations Division oversees all the major events that occur here in Washington, D.C., in the Metropolitan Police Department's role. For example, this Friday we have the annual March for Life, which is a First Amendment demonstration that will occur. So events that occur at the Capital One Arena, which is also a sporting venue, as well as on the National Mall. So we'll work closely with our partners from the United States Park Police, and they'll traverse down Constitution Avenue to the U.S. Capitol and the Supreme Court. We'll work closely with our other federal law enforcement partners, the Capitol Police and Supreme Court Police. That's just one example of a First Amendment assembly, which is very large, that occurs here in Washington, D.C. We also have a variety of events that occur here at the Capital One Arena involving the Wizards, the sporting teams, the hockey team, and the basketball team, as well as the women's basketball team. We have multiple events that occur at Nationals parks. You have your regular Nationals games. We've been blessed the past few years to have playoff games, and also this year we'll have the All-Star game that will be hosted here in Washington, D.C. So we're engaged with Major League Baseball and their partners at the Nationals, planning for that event that's coming up in July. We also have a variety of national special security events here in Washington, D.C. The State of the Union will be occurring later on at the end of January. It occurs every year, along with several other special events that have occurred. Most recently, we had the inauguration that we just wrapped up about a year ago now at this point. The Women's Washington March that occurred last year. So we have a lot of large-scale events that occur here in the city, and we're engaged with planning those events. The Colonel really touched on the importance of working with partners. Here in Washington, D.C., we really have to work closely with our other state and federal partners, a variety of implements that occur, the fire department, as well as the federal law enforcement agencies that are out there. The Colonel also touched on the key components of community engagement. That's really one of the most important things. When you have a very large event, the Colonel touched on the police and fire games in Fairfax hosted here at the inauguration, the communication with the community about what to expect if there's road closures and the associated effects that the security measures implementation may have. That's something that we worked at communicating before any kind of special event, may be as routine as you would call it as a Nationals game, making sure that folks are aware of what will the traffic closures be, the restrictions around the ballpark, as well as the major events that occur like the March for Life or the many 5Ks and other marathons that occur here in the city. So we see on a routine basis here in Washington, D.C., monthly, a variety of events that occur. So working closely with the partners, having those standing relationships with not only the federal law enforcement partners, but the non-traditional partners, the fire departments, DHS, as you mentioned, FEMA for consequence management, as well as the community is very important with that. So that's just a little bit about what we do at the Homeland Security Bureau.
Great, thanks, Chief. And would you like to jump in now and talk about your role with the Redskins? And
Well, with the ball players, community relations are at a premium with respect to law enforcement. And we realize that these players have an opportunity to influence our community in ways that others do not. So I have been intentional about creating bridges between law enforcement and the professional athletes, whereby forums could be conducted, where understanding could be brought on behalf of the ball players about how they perceive law enforcement, and then vice versa. Questions that were not easy to answer by law enforcement were then answered by them, and the ball players then got to respond in kind. And it was a hour-and-a-half moment that lasted about 2.5 hours, and it was very, very productive. Appreciable gains were made through these moments. We also did this with my congregation, and this allowed for community involvement to then be that which gave understanding to the law enforcement officials about how they could better relate to the community, and vice versa, how the community could better relate to law enforcement. All this helps in the measures of security because people need to know how and why people do what they do and how often they do it. So we've been privileged to be able to see some real bridges built in Fairfax County.
Great, thank you. David, why don't we kick things off with you? So The Department of Homeland Security has several different law enforcement agencies, if you will. You've got, Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, TSA, the Secret Service. So between all of those components at the Department of Homeland Security, who has the lead for protecting the major events that we're talking about?
Yeah, so it's a good question, and I think what's important to recognize is that by and large, these major events are led in terms of protection and security at the state and local level. So, it is, departments like the Fairfax County Police Department, the Metropolitan Police Department in D.C. that have the lead as a general matter. And what we try to do with our federal assets across the DHS law enforcement community is to supplement where we can. Now, we do assess the risk associated with literally thousands of events, to include sporting events across the country every year, and we tier those. And for the top tier events, we will have a more coordinated federal presence. So for events like the upcoming Super Bowl, the Secretary of Homeland Security will designate a federal coordinating official and/or a deputy federal coordinating official. I mentioned we have Kyle Wolf here, who is one of our 100+ protective security advisors across the country here today. So one of his counterparts in Minnesota is serving as the deputy federal coordinating official, working to sort of coordinate the federal footprint and make for kind of one-stop shopping for the state and local agencies charged with kind of leading the protection efforts.
Is the federal coordinator usually a PSA?
Typically the federal coordinator or the deputy federal coordinator. Earlier we heard mention of national special security events. Those are the only events for which the federal government takes the lead, and the lead for those national special security events, things like the presidential inauguration, is taken by the U.S. Secret Service. And we all plug in under that framework.
Very good, thank you. So Chief, we're talking a little bit more about you had the inauguration. Here in DC, you've got the Park Police, you've got the FBI, you've got the Secret Service, lots to coordinate with. And I know you're hosting the Big Ten basketball tournament last year. How does the Metro Police Department interface with all of those agencies? Do you have a key person, or is it by event?
Yeah, so actually we do a couple things. So obviously we had a lot of reoccurring events where it's the same partners that are interacting with each other on a routine basis with the NSSDs. There's standing ones like the State of the Union that occur. However, the Metropolitan Police Department hosts a bi-weekly partners briefing where we bring in the law enforcement partners here in the NCR, including U.S. Park Police, Capitol Police, Montgomery County Police, PG County Police, the FBI, Secret Service. So we bring in these federal partners that we work with on a routine basis. And this is for information sharing for more of the routine events, the demonstrations and the events that we have, as well as for just general information sharing. So kind of we have a roundtable discussion about what's upcoming, from the Metropolitan Police Department standpoint, and then every agency that's involved goes around the table and has a discussion of what's upcoming. So sometimes if there's, events, a lot of things will kind of overlap jurisdictions. There's events that may occur on the mall. They may end up marching off the mall into Metropolitan Police Department primary jurisdiction, and then may go to Capitol grounds or to another location. So making sure that we're all coordinated, so we have individuals that are familiar with the plan and how we're going to facilitate safely getting those individuals from, let's say, for example, the Lincoln Memorial down Constitution Avenue. So making sure we have these coordination events is very important. So our partners briefing, as well as for the larger events or the ones that we know that there could be conflicts, actually bringing together the core group of individuals and discussing it. So like for our March for Life that's coming up, it's a routine event. July 4th, we have those meetings with all the partners in the area so that we can ensure there's a comprehensive plan that's developed, not only from the law enforcement aspect, but as well as the community is aware of what's going on, and the fire department, the medical response is adequate. There's inclement weather, how will the response be taken as far as consequence management. So making sure that we cover all the bases in that. So having that continual, constant relationship and the direct connections to the agencies is very key.
Thank you. Colonel, these major events that we're talking about provide the local governments with a number of valuable opportunities. But with those benefits also come heightened responsibility, obviously, for you to protect public safety and the citizens, et cetera. You talked a little bit about the Fairfax Chamber. Can you talk a bit more about how your department interfaces with its citizens, but also the business community? What's the outreach there?
We're blessed, as the chief was saying, to have great relationships with, I call the alphabet soup of all the agencies in this region, federal, state, and local. So as we planned the World Police and Fire Games, it was pretty easy because we have a relationship. The Fairfax County Chamber of Commerce and Visit Fairfax, another group, engage with the community all the time. So we knew the games were about the community and tourism and safety. And as my two colleagues talked about all this planning, we already worked together. So when the games happened for us in Fairfax, it was business as usual, as we have weekly meetings, monthly meetings, and we have experts that do things. So we knew security would be paramount. But I wanted to share a tragedy that we had to plan for, and that's death. Whether it's an athlete or a terrorism event, you have to plan for it, and that's part of this planning process. What if this happens? How do we respond? We trained to it. Unfortunately, during the World Police and Fire Games, we had an athlete in a bike race. There was a crash, and he died, and he was from Brazil, and he was here with his friends. They're in a foreign country together in a hotel room with no family support. We planned for it. It's unfortunate, but we leveraged the community. A funeral home owner came up and took care of everything. Transportation of the body back to Brazil, all his family and friends, and it was the business community that stepped up. We worked with the State Department. Obviously, there's politics involved, but there were people grieving, and they needed help. And the community engagement piece was it. We held a vigil, and the community came out. Thousands of people at the Reston Town Center to honor someone they didn't know. But what the blessing in that was, there were people from Brazil in this region, and they all came out. So it unites the community, although it was a tragedy, but the legacy is still left today. And as the chaplain talked about, we're able to leverage the legacy of these games to protect our community today. So
Wow,
that's
very
critical.
impressive. Yeah.
Right.
And your point about getting to know people and having those partnerships and relationships before something happens is I think so key. I mean, in emergency management in FEMA, they always that old, we don't want to be trading business cards over after the hurricane or before the hurricane, et cetera. So that's really impressive that you were able to do that, and impressive that the Virginians came out too and to support.
It was the
Brazil.
whole region,
The whole
not just
region.
Virginia.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it's,
Wow.
yes.
Let me, and I wanted to include the chaplain too, if you wanted to add anything else about community engagement and your work with the Redskins, feel free.
Well, I don't think any community can be as healthy as it should be without having its citizenry involved in its own protection and its own well-being. And Chief Rossler has been kind of at the forefront of that with respect to law enforcement, making sure that it is on the streets, caring for people, doing more than just trying to stop crime or pull in the bad guys. He's really trying to get his officers to engage so that at moments like this, there's a backstop. Things can happen when some unfortunate event occurs. He can pull on the community with whom he already has relationships. And that community is just a stone's throw away when it comes to the Washington Redskins. Even though they're in Loudoun County, many of them live in Fairfax, and many of them attend my congregation. And these ball players sure do have a whole lot of influence. When they speak, people listen. And as a result of their influence, they can go ahead and pull on some things that maybe the law enforcement efforts have not been able to stretch to. They can pull on some things and allow for the community to be involved. And so I'm really pleased and fortunate to have a chief who helps and wants to engage my community in all of its well-being.
Thank you. Chief Carroll, I believe at one point you were responsible for handling all the dignitary protections for the Metropolitan Police Department, is that right? So I know you don't want to give away the story here, but is there anything you can tell us about how the protection, the measures that you would recommend to protect athletes or celebrities that we have when they come to DC?
Sure. So there's two things. I actually want to touch on something that the chaplain said about the importance of the community relations. And I know we're focusing here on major events, but the foundation for major events are laid on the day-to-day interactions that law enforcement officers have in the community. with the business owners, the residents, the visitors that come to the city. So to really have that to have that input, that feedback, we talk about, see something, say something, reporting suspicious activity as it relates to special events and major events that occur, but those foundations are really laid on the day-to-day interactions that the officers have, from just patrolling the neighborhoods, answering the routine calls for service or the normal calls for service, and the relationships that they build here in the city. We have what we call ANCs, or advisory neighborhood commissions, that are out there. There's a variety of community groups, bids that are out throughout the entire city. So developing those relationships one-on-one between the patrol officers, the patrol officials, and the community members is key. So when you have a major event that comes in, you can do what the chaplain and the colonel have referenced and leverage that. So I think that's one really key thing to focus on. Is this is something that law enforcement agencies here in the nation's capital and across the country are really focusing on, ensuring that you have that relationship built in a healthy relationship, because when there are issues, you need the support of the community. When there is a crime problem, you need the community support to report that information. And when you have special events, you need that heightened sense of awareness to come back and to assist law enforcement. So that's one thing I did want to highlight. As far as dignitary protection goes, the Homeland Security Bureau, Special Operations Division, they work closely with the United States Secret Service for protections of a variety of the protection details that occur, as well as the State Department. Obviously, there's a lot of tactical information that I really can't go into, but a lot of it comes back to the things that we do on a routine basis. When there's individuals that are going to specific locations, making sure that there's the appropriate awareness of, normally there's a security force at the building that has it there. So interacting appropriately between law enforcement and that security individuals, so they're on the lookout for those suspicious indicators that we talk about. Some folks come to town, they have their own security details. Some of them may be, as we speak about, dignitaries. Some of them may be more of celebrities. Celebrities are things that private security handle. However, that's something that local law enforcement needs to be aware of. If there's a person who may be controversial, it may draw a crowd, that's something that we need to know. So if there's a large crowd that begins to gather in an area, we can make sure that there's an appropriate law enforcement response out there to ensure that the crowd is safe, depending on the size of the crowd. So it kind of goes back to communications. We talk about the community, but also working with the local security directors and a variety of hotels and businesses that are here, so we know what's going on there. So that's key. To ensure that you have a safe event. A lot of the tactical things that we do as far as protecting dignitaries really fall in the lines of, in most cases, the Secret Service, the State Department. We're a support role as far as motorcade support and some sorts of tactical response, so we really can't get into the specifics of those. But it's very key. We talk about the meetings, the partners meetings. Also, before any dignitary comes to town, there are meetings that are held between the appropriate law enforcement agencies, so we can review what the schedule is to make sure the adequate support is built in. And it's clearly defined what the role is of local law enforcement versus federal law enforcement, and that constant communication on a daily basis when the detail leader contacts the officers from the Metropolitan Police Department, and so we're all on the same sheet of music, as well as training together. It's something that we do yearly. We have routine training so that we are all familiar with each other's policies, so in the event there is something that occurs, we're aware of what each agency's responsibility is going to be and their reactions as well.
Thanks, Chief. Colonel, what are you and your officers on the lookout for when you're protecting at a major event? I mean, is it an active shooter nowadays? Is it fire? Can you give us an idea on what threats you're on the lookout for?
It's all of that and things that you have never thought about. You think of when we were watching the video, the venues, the one, your house is right across the street from that, and you have mixed use, urbanized settings, and what can someone do to create harm? And so when you're preparing for a major event, such as the games presented here today, or just like DC, every day they have something, you need to train and communicate community, federal partners, state partners. There's lots of law enforcement agencies here, and as the chief said, you need to be on the same sheet of music. So for example, I'm not sharing tactics here, all our special weapons and tactic teams, SWAT teams, use the same lingo, they train the same, they train together. It's always been, always will be. And when you go to plan a big event, you need that constant. You can't just hit and run to survive. So when I look at the games that were presented here today, what an opportunity to secure your country as a legacy. Build those partnerships and work together, the community included. So see something, say something, always educate to prevent, and partners such as Homeland Security, we look at things around the world. How could that happen in Fairfax County, and how could we prevent it? So it's constant vigilance.
Thank you. David, you talked about one of your jobs is securing critical infrastructure. In our world, critical infrastructure is communications, it's the energy sector, emergency services, transportation. But you have to do that from both the physical aspect as well as cyber attacks. And as we continue to see these advanced cyber attacks on businesses, on government, pretty much everybody nowadays, can you talk a little bit more about the digital threats that we're facing when we're planning these major sporting events?
Yeah, I could certainly take a crack at it. The cyber threat is a very real one. We have seen adversaries carry out any number of different types of cyber attacks, from the ransomware sorts of attacks, demanding ransom in cryptocurrency to release files, to shutdowns of portions of electric grids. We saw a Russian attack on Ukraine's electric grid a couple of years ago. So I think, as the chief said, there are things we can't even imagine at this point. So the entire part of our organization at DHS is focused on preventing these threats, working with owners and operators of cyber infrastructure to identify threats, to share indicators of threats. With respect to sporting events, I think the sky is the limit. You're dealing with large crowds, trying to get to and around venues and sites adjacent to venues. We live in a networked world, so traffic controls, emergency notification mechanisms. We saw an issue in Hawaii just over the weekend. Not a cyber attack, but who knows what is possible going forward. So we have to remain vigilant across all sort of threat vectors. And I think one of the themes I feel like has been running through this discussion has been early planning, engagement of the community, from our perspective as well, engagement of those who own and operate critical infrastructure, those who own and operate our public gathering places, our stadiums, our other entertainment venues, engaging them in the conversation, because I think the threat will vary from event to event. I think if you've seen one event, you've seen one event. You've seen one sporting venue. You've seen one sporting venue. There are similarities, but there are always going to be differences. So, our ability to engage with these private sector stakeholders, with teams, with stadiums, to understand their potential vulnerabilities and to work together to mitigate them is a huge deal.
Thank you. Thanks, David. Last week, I was in Savannah. I participated at the National Homeland Security Consortium. It's all the stakeholders involved in Homeland Security, from the chiefs of police to mayors, governors, et cetera. And one of the things that we talked a lot about was vehicle ramming incidents. And certainly we've seen this in Charlottesville, in New York City, around the globe, obviously. And Colonel, we're major sporting events and large events. We see, a lot of the folks are in the streets and they're tailgating and that kind of thing. Can you talk a little bit about the current thinking about protecting citizens from vehicle ramming? Is there a new thought process there?
That was clearly a threat that we worked with our partners, especially DC, that they're experts at this as a large major city with multiple events. And clearly over the last couple of years since we hosted the games, we've observed events around the world where people have defeated that inner perimeter of protection. And actually let the chief talk a little bit about reality, what they do to prevent that, because they're the experts at it.
Okay, Chief?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, the vehicle threat has evolved over time. It's something that actually occurred in Washington, D.C. many years ago. We had an event called Unifest. It was actually a special event where an individual who was under the influence of drugs actually turned down a street where there was a block party going on and injured several people. And at that time is when the Mayor's Special Events Task Group was basically reformulated and strengthened. And what that does is here in Washington, D.C., the Mayor's Special Event Task Group reviews all special events that occur here in the city that require street closings. and it's a group that sits up, made up of the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, or HSEMA. They chair the committee, and there's representatives from the Metropolitan Police Department, the Fire Department, Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, U.S. Park Police, so basically all the partners that may have an effect, the Department of Public Works, DDOT. So we look at all events and all mechanisms by the appropriate agency. Obviously, Metropolitan Police Department, we're looking at the security aspect, but also the medical plans and things like that. So having kind of that concerted effort to have a good look at special events that occur is key. One of the things that came up after that was the need to protect individuals from vehicles. So that's something that we have incorporated into all of our special events. Obviously, there's a variety of ways that can be done. And you've seen most of them. Anyone who's been to an event here in the city recently, you see the mechanisms that have been used. In New York City, they've used a variety of things, concrete and other barriers, to exclude vehicles from entering areas. So that's something that we routinely use. It's one of the threats out there. But as the chief mentioned, what the threats are, they're evolving all the time. The Las Vegas shooting, we really hadn't seen anything like that in almost 50 years, where a sniper situation that was really occurring. So kind of re-engaging and looking at what's out there and what can occur is something that we're doing. We're all law enforcement. Look from lessons learned from other events that occur. So what can we glean out of this? How can we strengthen our plans for events that occur? So taking those lessons learned and implementing things in there, so that way that something similar could not occur here, and looking forward on that. So that's something that we all do all the time. We're reviewing the after-action reports from active shooter situations. The Charlottesville, recently the after-action report came out from that. So how can we strengthen our preparations when we have similar events that may occur? It's key. But the vehicle threat continues to be out there, and it's something that we continue to be prepared for inside all events that occur here in the city. But it's definitely one of the new emerging events.
Thanks, Chief. And again, I know we don't want to talk too much about tactics, but can we talk a little bit about what are the precautionary things you do to secure a venue before the event happens? Are we monitoring social media? Are we, the bomb sweep with the dogs? Are there other things now that you're instituting? Colonel, do you want to take a stab at that?
We have a regional intelligence center in Northern Virginia that's partnered with everybody, global, because Fairfax County has a lot of community members that run the United States government. So our threats are real, they're constant, our officers are responding to them. And you kind of hit the nail on the head of, what we need to do is the cyber side is very telling, to constantly monitor that. And with our federal partners, I think we've become very good at learning what the red flags are, and somehow, way, shape, or form, not just looking at it, but actually boots on the ground, getting to that person or persons and trying to understand, is this real? If it is, how do we mitigate it, eliminate it? That is constant. Clearly, social media is used as the victory trophy for those that want to create evil and kill people. We see that in all these after-action reports, that there's breadcrumbs leading up to the event that are laying there on social media. How can we learn to do a better job to filter those and then get out on the ground and engage that person so we could stop it? It's very difficult.
Thank you. I know we're running up against the clock here, running out of time, but David, I wanted to just give you the opportunity to talk about new technology, the S&T office at Department of Homeland Security, the Safety Act. I mean, we're seeing Safety Act coverage now for venues and the NFL, is that right?
That is absolutely right. And for those who aren't aware, the Safety Act is a piece of legislation, a mechanism through which we are able to provide limited liability protections for security-focused technologies, for security plans. We have worked with a large number of teams, of stadiums, to help them achieve Safety Act designation and to receive these liability protections. So really, the sky's the limit, the extent to which new technologies can be implemented, the extent to which integrated security plans can come together and be granted the Safety Act designation. And I will say that across the country, our protective security advisors, like Kyle Wolf over there, are available to consult with those who may be interested in going for Safety Act certification, Safety Act designation, and to talk through to not only provide vulnerability assessments, but to talk through collaboratively security planning considerations and get folks to the point where they can receive this designation. But certainly a very big priority of our Office of Science and Technology at DHS.
Thanks, David. And I think some of us are now looking at the Safety Act to perhaps include incidents of cyber, not necessarily terrorist cyber events, but just significant incidents of cyber hacks. So more to come on that. I know we've got 3 minutes left. So what I would like to do, and why don't we start with you, Chaplain, if I may. We'll just go down the line. Any closing thoughts, things you want the audience to think about and take away from this discussion?
Well, if any of you have influence enough, there are a lot of people who are like me that talk to a lot of people every week. And we have influence, pastors do, community leaders, over the citizenry that you happen to govern or live in. And the more engaged you can get that citizenry, the more protected any environment in which they go is going to be. And we are very intentional about doing that, not only with our congregation, but with the Washington Redskins. And I think every community would be better served if there was some activism in that area.
Thank you. Chief?
I would just say that it's very important from wherever you're from to make sure you engage with your local law enforcement agency that's out there. If you have a special event, a major event, or any kind of event going on, to reach out to them so you know the appropriate folks. You can build those relationships. I think that's really key to make sure when something does occur that you have the point of connection that you need. The threats are ever changing, so the connections need to continue to be rebuilt and the relationships need to be strengthened. Anything that you can do, you need assistance, feel free to make sure you reach out to the law enforcement so we can work together, because as we mentioned, and kind of the theme ran throughout this, is making sure that we have the appropriate relationships with the community, with the security directors of these venues, with sporting teams, with whatever the facility may be. Having that relationship built is key beforehand, and then making sure we maintain that as well as being connected with the community, because without the community, we all are one. So that is all key to everything else that we do as far as reporting suspicious activity and planning well in advance for these events, so that way we can ensure we have the appropriate and adequate plans developed for events that occur.
Thank you, Chief. Colonel?
I'd like to challenge everybody in this room to go back to their communities, their countries, with my department's vision statement. It's online, fairfaxcountypolice.gov, but it's ethical leadership through engagement with the community to accomplish 3 umbrella items. 1, prevent and fight crime. 2, preserve the sanctity of all human life. And 3, keep pace with urbanization. So when we looked at the games that have come in as the key topic, securing sport, and all of you that have influence in the community, that vision statement is key to engagement long-term.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, I would just say I think we are all very much on the same page up here. I think we can talk, and we certainly should leverage emerging technologies. But I think at its core, security is about relationships. It's about partnerships. It's about engagement across the community. It's about involving folks across not only the law enforcement and first responder communities, but those who own and operate our public gathering places, the places that are core to our way of life. So that planning those relationships goes a very, very long way. And if there's anything that the Department of Homeland Security can do to contribute, as any of you think through the challenges on this front, please don't hesitate to let us know.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor, Chief, Colonel, David. Appreciate your perspectives and your expertise here this morning. Let's give our panel a big round of applause. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our next panel. It does give me great pleasure to introduce the moderator for the panel, Dr. Sean McCarthy, CEO of ICSS Enterprise. The panel topic will be how technology and innovation provide safety and security. So with that, Dr. McCarthy, I'll turn it over to you.
Just be loud. It's on now. All right, I think that's better. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, welcome, and we appreciate you taking the time. Very interesting listening to the previous panel. Of course, this panel is really focusing on the role of technology in securing sporting events. Previous panel, I think the gentleman from Homeland Security made a very important point, and that is that technology can't replace humans, and that is a very valid point. But I go so far to say that actually technology is helping us to do the job. If you take one look at me, you can see that I'm an extremely active armchair athlete. And I think the key thing to say there is that for us, when we look at sport, yeah, sport has great values. It teaches great principles, particularly to younger generations. But sport is also entertainment. And for a large number of sporting federations and of course, stadium operators, making an experience of going to a major event or a sporting event for fans is actually a key component of what sporting organizations and stadium operators need to do. And of course, not only do fans want to go to sporting events to cheer on their teams and to enjoy the atmosphere, but they also expect to be kept safe during the match and during the time that they're there. Sadly, we've seen in the last number of years some attacks against major sporting events, Boston Marathon closer to home. After that, we saw the attack in France against the attempted attack against the Stade de Paris. And although not a sporting event, I think still fresh in our minds in the UK was the Ariana Grande concert, and of course the attack against that event, which was a large public venue. And technology is playing a role, as I said. We only have to look around and see that technology is making a huge impact. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, it's actually helping us in manufacturing. It's helping us on the medical front. It diagnose disease. A lot of work is going in right now to look at identifying and identifying traces of cancer. It's actually helping us to spot manufacturing errors in manufacturing, and also in areas like helping to increase crop yields. So no doubt, technology has got a role to play, and of course, at the same time, it also has a significant role to play in security and the industry, and also helping us to secure major events. One of the key initiatives that we have as the ICSS is that we are working to develop a data fusion system. The purpose of that is to bring in a variety of different information, intelligence feeds, so that we can get better predictive analysis that leads to enhanced situational awareness. And that is very important for example, the gentleman that were on the stage before in the previous panel, enabling them to get as much forewarning information as they can to feed into their situational awareness to stand up and to run command and control centers leading up to and during major events. I'm pleased to say that on the stage with us today are representatives from very esteemed companies, and some of those companies are working with us in that endeavor. So I'm going to just start to quickly run through and introduce the panelists on my left. So we have effectively Stephen Orban, who's the head of strategy, and Stephen is from Amazon Web Services. We have, I think we're skipping one, but I have John South. John, he's looking, he's making a good effort, but he actually came across on the red eye from the West Coast this morning. We're very glad that not only did he manage that, but he managed to make it through the millimeter of snow as well to join us. John is the CEO of a company called Patrocinium. They also have a very compelling product called Archangel. He'll have the opportunity to talk a little bit about that as well. Rosalind Doctor, Director for Middle East and Africa, as well as Head of Governmental Affairs from IBM. Bruce McIndoe right next to me here. Bruce is the President of iJet International. And then, Christopher Porter, who's the Chief Intelligence Strategist for one of the leading cybersecurity firms, and we heard that cybersecurity came up a few minutes ago, a company called FireEye. So, welcome. Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time. I'm going to jump straight in, and my first question will be to you, Rosalind. IBM has a tradition of playing in a lot of industries. We know that IBM has done a lot of work in helping to make sport and sporting events a pleasant experience, but also making them a safe experience. Can you tell us some more about that and tell us what IBM has been doing and what IBM does?
Sure.
In that regard?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about that experience and about our history of helping to deliver amazing sporting events. And as you mentioned, it's about the fan, right? Amazing event is the fan experience, the player and the team experience, and the venue owner and operator's amazing experience. And you can't define an amazing experience without a safe and secure event. What we see moving forward is that we can actually improve the experience, deliver even a better experience for the fan, and that's the fan that lives next door, that's the fan that flies in, that's the fan that's their first time to the sporting event, or the fan that never misses a game. We can deliver a better experience for them, for the player, for the team, and for the business owner, while providing that security and in fact enhancing security, and that's because of advances today in technologies. We heard a little bit of the earlier panel talk about the value of emerging technologies. I want to spend a minute talking about what AI, what cloud, what predictive analytics, what mobile, and social, someone mentioned social media, can deliver for an increased fan experience that actually could lead to enhanced security. And before I go forward to give you my little example, is when I say AI, we all think, what do we think? Artificial intelligence? Yes, we all know AI, artificial intelligence? This is your engagement part, yes? Thank you. IBM defines AI not as artificial intelligence, but augmented intelligence. And that's important in the sporting world because we look at solutions, holistic solutions, that can enhance the cybersecurity expert, that can enhance the retailer who knows how to provide the service you want, that can enhance the ticket taker, that can enhance the fan experience. Our technologies are Q&A driven, they understand natural language, and they engage the expert to augment their intelligence with tools and insights for the cybersecurity expert finding that hidden data, whether it's in social media or elsewhere. And by enhancing the experience and engaging them, we can actually, as I said, improve security. So let me give you one example and then welcome the conversation. At the US Open, we partnered with the US Open to improve their highlight reel. Every fan loves highlight reels, TV loves highlight reels, and different fans want different highlight reels. And the amount of time it takes to get a highlight reel from a tennis match or from the day or from the morning or the hour is tremendous. The load of data to go through and for the human hours of looking through all of this to find that moment. While working with highlight reel experts, we were able to identify based on the weather, because a highlight reel is better when it's really sunny, based on the crowd response, based on the players' facial expressions, based on their hand gestures, right? The best highlight reels and shared what our solution thought back to the expert who then chose. And AI is not necessarily autonomous learning, right? There's human involvement in the sense that when we were looking at Serena Williams and her highlights, it often captured when she wiped her face, because when she does her expression of how excited she is, it's very similar to her hand wipe. And so then we had to teach it and go back and forth to deliver this. And what's important is all of this is holistically delivered on the cloud, and I know we might talk about that more, not only the cybersecurity of the cloud, but how important is the data can move on the cloud, off the cloud, in a secure fashion. IBM, and I'm sure all the companies here, take data responsibility very seriously. We build privacy into all of our solutions, but that same video feed that's going to improve the fan experience, whether it's the first-time fan or the never miss a game fan, can also be trained to look at abnormal behavior, aggressive behavior. Behind Serena's fist pumps, what is the person doing? And we are starting to partner with folks to identify aggressive behavior. I know there's a panel next on human trafficking, but that same intelligence analysis of the video can help with cybersecurity surveillance, human trafficking, and so many other needs. So I welcome a robust conversation on any of these topics.
Thank you, Rosalind. So as I learn as I go along, augmented intelligence. Stephen, you do a lot of work, as Amazon Web Services. I understand your work is not so much on the technology side as is the human interaction, the people side, and the leadership side. You work with a lot of CEOs, organizations, helping them to to make that leap of faith, as it were, and embrace technology. Do you want to share with me some of the challenges you have in that regard?
Yeah, sure. And good morning, everybody, and thanks, Sean, and to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for having me this morning. So, as Sean said, I work with a lot of executives from the largest companies in the world, really, many of whom are looking to really transform their business by putting agility and modern technology at the heart of it. And it's hard to argue that many of these enterprises need to do that in order to stay competitive with a lot of the startups that are now trying to disrupt pretty much every industry that there is out there. And cloud computing, I certainly believe, is the single biggest technology enabler to allow enterprises to do that. And I'd say it's really hard to generalize kind of trends in cloud computing and what's happening in the enterprise because every company is a little bit different. But you can kind of put loosely into three different categories a lot of the big trends we see. The first is large companies really looking to innovate and invent something completely new. And whether that's Philips reimagining what healthcare is like, GE reimagining aviation and manufacturing, Capital One reinventing digital banking. There's a lot of large organizations who are looking to both cloud and also now artificial intelligence and machine learning to really bootstrap those efforts. The second would be, it's great that a lot of these companies want to spend a lot of time innovating. The reality is that they spend 80 to 90% of their time keeping the lights on their existing legacy systems, and it often weighs down their ability to actually do that innovation. So we spend a lot of time now helping companies rationalize, modernize, and migrate and retire their technical debt so that they can get out of their data centers and really take advantage of what cloud computing offers so that they can continue to innovate. And the third bucket I put it in is when you put these two things together and you get a company who's really starting to mature on that journey, where they're both innovating and migrating, they're really trying to reboot their culture and do maybe what the industry would call a digital transformation to be able to remain nimble and stay competitive in their business. And these are companies like News Corp, Capital One, and GE who are really doing all of these things. And when it comes to the challenges that they face, at the end of the day, you might think that given that I work for a technology company, a lot of those challenges would be technical. We actually find that the biggest inhibitor to progress into these transformations is the people, process, and culture aspects. And the fact is that enterprises have become who they are because they've established a lot of processes, people and roles, controls, et cetera, that's become their status quo that really needs to change in order to effectively make use of modern technology and at a constant, fast clip. So a lot of our time is spent talking to executives about coming up with a training plan for their teams, how they're going to give people room to experiment and try new things without having to be penalized if something doesn't work out, and enabling people to do their jobs better.
Thank you, Stephen. So I want to ask one more question, if I may just stick with you for a second. We know, and as we look at doing predictive analysis, that with moving around huge amounts of data to be able to do pattern recognition and so on requires volumes of data. Yeah. This by default almost implies that organizations who want to do this have to move away from what I call, the server in the in the basement to embrace in the cloud. For a lot of our anticipated clients, which would be governments and security organizations, there tends to be a reluctance, or should I say a distrust of the cloud, to want to put what is classified intelligence information and transmit that across the cloud. Have you come across that? Do you come across that? And what are your answers to those clients to encourage them to take up?
Sure, that conversation has shifted substantially over the last couple of years. The first thing I'll say is, we build security into everything we do. It's our number one priority from day one. It's not an afterthought where once we stand up a service or a piece of technology we're going to deliver to customers, we then try to decide how we're going to make it secure so that they can use it. It's something that we think about from the very beginning. It always has been our number one priority and will remain that way. Our business largely depends on it. And our customers have increasingly, over the last few years, told us that they actually believe that they'll be more secure as a result of running inside of a cloud environment than they'd likely be able to do in their own data centers, in their own on-premises environments, largely because of the investment that we're able to make in securing everything from our facilities to our servers and the rest of our services, depending on which one our customers are using up the stack, is far greater than any one individual enterprise is going to be able to make on their own. And they're benefiting from the economies of scale of all of the other enterprises and public sector organizations who are using our platform. So as we add compliance certifications and frameworks, whether it be PCI, HIPAA, BAA, or whatever, we're adding it for an individual service, not just for one customer, but for all of our customers. And I think one of the most notable anecdotes I could give you is that the CIO of the CIA, who does a lot of work with us here in this area of the world, said that moving to the cloud was the best decision that they ever made and allowed them to unlock a lot of innovation that was never before possible. So I think that conversation will continue to shift. Like my previous point, it comes down to education and making sure that our customers in large organizations are aware of the controls that we put into place, how they can best use them, and then we offer a litany of best practices, tools, and partners, some of whom are on this panel, to help enterprises and large organizations understand how to secure the things that they're actually building on top of our platform as well.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Christopher, you were nodding there, but detected FireEye. You guys do cyber resilience, cyber security. Answering the same sort of question that a government official would ask you about. Can I trust the cloud? Should I trust putting data, particular classified data across the cloud? What is your response to that?
So I think, as an intelligence analyst, I worked at the CIA. I really very much enjoyed this invite because this is the first time I've been back here since I was the White House briefer for cyber intelligence a couple of years ago. So I knew right where we were going. And I'm not speaking for CIA, but when you're looking at moving data to the cloud, I like to look at things from an adversary perspective. I don't know much personally about the positive side, the building side. I tend to think about how do you break things or what can go wrong and how would I break into a cloud. And there's positives and negatives. It's not all positives, but it's mostly positives. So I think when people look at moving to the cloud, they say, well, I have X, Y, and Z concern from a threat perspective. And it's important not to dismiss those because there are real risks involved in hosting your data on someone else's computer. But that's not the standard. It's sort of like self-driving cars. You say, well, what if the car crashes? That's not the standard. The standard is, does it crash less than a human? It's the same way with moving to the cloud. If it's more secure than you running it yourself, it's still the smart move. And what you need to be thinking about is how to address those other elements. So when I think about securing sport and using the cloud, my concerns aren't about the cloud provider being compromised. My concerns are about the data owner not implementing things, setting things up the right way, or particularly for large sporting events, Olympics, World Cup, anything where there's many different nations competing and it's a very political event. I think everyone tends to look at it and think, well, there's so many big, important companies involved, so many countries with great military and defense apparatus that are involved, and that's a positive. You've got a lot of smart people working on securing the same event. The negative is, for any particular part of the event, everyone involved might think someone else is doing it. Right. A compromise of a ticket vending system, is that the sporting event host's problem? Is that a cybercrime problem? Is that the manufacturer of the ticket vendor's problem? Is that a local crime that the local police should be dealing with? Looking back at past events, Olympics in Brazil and other major sporting events recently, that's where a lot of the big cyber risks have come. It hasn't been a technology problem. It's been in the management and planning for how you secure your data. Have you thought through who's responsible for each piece of the data? And the major risk with moving to the cloud isn't theoretical or like it's easier to hack. It's much more difficult. These are very secure providers, very good services that we use and that I would use and that the CIA uses and so forth. The risk is that people will think that it's too good, that they'll say, I've uploaded my data to Amazon, problem solved. And there's no effort put into actually securing the virtual machine or securing their own server or securing their own data. Or perhaps it's not even a computer compromise at all. Right. If the power goes out at your sporting event, maybe a hacker did it, or maybe a squirrel jumped on the power line. Yeah. So knowing who's responsible for each part of it, that gets very complicated when you're talking about international sporting events. I think it's important to get all the stakeholders together to think through and explicitly spell out who's responsible for securing each part so that the data is in the cloud, but the responsibility is not so amorphous. There's concrete people responsible for each part of it. That eliminates a lot of the data sharing and data threat problems that we've seen in the past. I would highly recommend overall using cloud service providers. I mean, because that eliminates so much of misconfiguring the hardware, you know, human insider kind of elements. A lot of the common ways that the bad guys get in get eliminated. You know, probably the biggest, most common threat to any sporting event is for the major international events, because they're so time sensitive. They're at a set date and a set time, and they happen once every so many years. That creates a lot of pressure. So maybe if it was an off year and you got ransomware on your computer, you wouldn't pay because you've got backups and you've got time to restore, or it's just not worth it. But if it's during the Olympics, maybe it is worth it to pay the ransom because it's so time critical to keep those systems up.
Right.
You know, having a cloud provider gives you economies of scale that the local sporting host doesn't have to think about. These are, you know, big providers who can provide you extra horsepower when needed. So.
Okay, great. Yeah, I want to come back to you on, you know, effectively the ransom aspect with cyber, you know, hostage events, but we'll park that one for a bit later. But certainly what I hear from you is, you know, is this reinforcing that it's not the technology, it's the people.
Absolutely.
You know, and it's behaviors and complacency, which is people, you know, a people issue. Thank you. John, Patrocinium, Archangel, you guys use intelligence. You know, obviously I think some of it comes down the cloud. But you take a somewhat different approach, and I think your focus is looking at ways in which you can help clients to protect and also to model the way different risks play out against their fixed assets, as it were. Can you tell us a bit more about that and just share with us, you know, what Archangel does and also how that translates into securing sporting events and facilities?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. As Sean was saying, we take a little bit of a different approach where we have our clients who use the cloud. We look a lot at security, but also scalability. So we use a lot of the IoT infrastructure that currently exists at a location. You know, part of my trip yesterday, as everybody was joking, is I was looking at some of the newest Bluetooth advanced light bulbs where we do 4D communication to break down a facility to know how many people are sitting in a room in an active shooting or a fire. So when it comes to sports venues, inside and outside, we can communicate by space. And then we aggregate multiple data sets. And certain clients, we take in as many as 30 different tools and put them in one location using augmented intelligence and pull it all apart for that individual to make sure to make a better decision when something actually goes wrong. So when you look at what happened in Vegas, which is still fresh in everyone's mind, the shooting happened across the street, but the response happened in the hotel. The hotel had everybody on the floor till 8 o'clock the next morning because they didn't know where everybody was at, or even the responders where to go when it first initiated. We break that down using cloud services, scalability, open source sensors that already exist, and everybody in this room has a cell phone, and we communicate in that space and break it apart in seconds to compress the response as fast as you can. So we layer on all these partnerships you're hearing today and aggregate that information, whether it's an enterprise or a single entity, which could be a sports venue, all the way down to the seating section. So we focus a lot on the physical piece. And part of the challenges which you've heard today, which is really good about the cloud, physical security is way behind cybersecurity. They're very slow. They still use disparate tools, they're still using servers, but they're finally starting to embrace the cloud. So as we're having more discussions with numerous tools where one location can have 5,000 cameras that still runs on a server in that closet, we're convincing them to move to an IBM or an Amazon or a Google. So they're much more comfortable, but the scalability and the production actually reduces their risk, as you heard in the first panel, under the Safety Act. How do you manage all that information together just to provide better security and safety at the moment, whether it's a sporting event or a high-rise that you go to work to every day? It doesn't matter to us.
Thank you, John. If I could just ask you, you know, in doing all of this, what are one of the biggest challenges or hurdles that you actually face? To you, John, sorry. No, I'm saying, in doing this and providing the service you provide, you know, what are one of the biggest challenges or hurdles that you actually face in doing this?
The biggest challenges we're seeing right now is obviously there is a lot of large enterprises that have bought multiple tools over the years. And from a chief architect perspective, you know, when I sit with a gentleman from Amazon or someone from IBM and we kind of sit down and roadmap, and you know, my background's very eclectic. I run a tech company, but I used to be a police officer and I've done now security stuff. So I'm the oddball in the tech community. So I look at it very holistically. I want all this to work. And what's interesting though is we're finally sitting down with the CIO, the CTO, and the CSO in the same room. And the challenges are just embracing, you've bought a lot of tools used for something different. Let's tweak them a bit and use it more for your overall holistic security platform, because believe it or not, it actually works better than some off-the-shelf security tool you may have already purchased. So those challenges are just road mapping people with the right partners as well, this is what it'll look like in months if you decide to move down this route.
Sometimes just getting all those people in the same room is half of the challenge.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Thanks, John. Bruce, iJet International. Yeah. But, while, our gentleman here seem to be, obviously focused on a lot of the fixed assets and what I call, the static assets, your firm really specializes in providing, I would say, sort of risk advice and alerts to people on the move, correct? To be able to do that, I would imagine you really have to run on what I would call almost or near real-time intelligence and alerts. Can you tell us a bit more about that and about some of the challenges involved in that?
Sure, and obviously thanks for inviting me, and it's a great opportunity. Probably a lot of the people in the room have never heard of an iJet, but we service about 800 of the global 2,000 around people, exposure, and global response. Also in the sports arena, of course, many of those companies sponsor the major sporting events, the Olympics coming up, a World Cup, those kinds of things. But we also have the privilege of helping and managing people protection for national sports associations, top 10 Premier League soccer teams, major university system sports organizations that are out every Saturday on the field. So our job is to help organizations understand proactively how to protect their people as they plan and move around not only their nation state, but for many sports globally, whether it's sports, demonstration and those kinds of activities, or whether it's a head-to-head competition. And so the intelligence piece of this is incredibly important, not only in real time, we talked about active shooter or the Manchester Stadium or whatever it may be, and getting that tactical, near real-time intelligence into the hands of the people that are impacted or near that event. But it's also foreknowledge of looking down the road, sometimes years in advance. We have 2022 coming, and major events, but also weeks and months as we're taking a team that might be going to South Africa for a game or whatever it may be. And what we're doing in that regard is using technology that many of you have on your wrists or in your cell phones or other electronic devices to maintain location awareness of athletes, primarily is our focus in this space, 24/7. They're a valuable asset to the team, whether they're on transport, whether they're playing, but also when they're off. And we see sometimes that's where more trouble occurs, not so much when on the field. And so how do you create an environment where the team and athletes have that location awareness, understand continuous exposure, and can act quickly to either intervene if there's a potential threat or respond if there's an incident? And that's what we do. And the technologies that we've talked about here, I can tell you this can't be done without cloud and edge technology to make it work for the athletes around the world and be responsive no matter where they are. AI is incredibly important, especially for social media monitoring and understanding how threats are evolving and what people are saying out there that identify threats. And all of that comes together to provide a cocoon of protection and understanding for the athletes.
Thanks. I want to ask you one more question,
Sure.
really, which is, on that point of you're looking at social media particularly, and being able to monitor sentiment analysis, things like that. On the one hand, we have a government that is asking the social media organizations to do more, particularly to monitor, control hate speech, obviously to try and prevent radicalization. And on the other hand, they also want, they demand that that firms and organizations are protecting, individual privacy and privacy rights. My question to you is, can they have it both ways? And what are some of the challenges in that?
So they cannot have it in both ways, so I'll just cut to the chase there. There's a constant balance and trade-off. Our organization works with those social media companies embedded into their operations to help them solve many of those problems. What we deal with, and this is the case whether it's an athlete or an average person, there's a great deal of skepticism about having somebody maintaining location awareness and monitoring their activities can be very disconcerting, especially if there's a lack of transparency. And what we work with organizations is to get very clear transparency and enable that end user to control what level of location awareness am I willing to accept from 0 to continuous tracking, and also what data do you have about me from a personal perspective, and I have the ability to see and delete that data and the right to be forgotten. So if somebody wants to complete it, please shut it down and have no support, that's their choice.
Thank you. Stephen, I want to come back to you and pick up again and continue the strand around artificial intelligence, machine learning. We read just about daily that artificial intelligence, we can expect artificial intelligence to make great strides and great inroads in our lives. Of course, we see almost a dichotomy emerging in the debate, two sides of the coin. On the one hand, we've got smart people like Elon Musk who are arguing against it, and we have people like Mark Zuckerberg who are arguing for it. But can you share with us, where do you see AI and machine learning going, or what are some of the, perhaps just a little bit over the horizon, things that we can expect from AI, but mostly the positive side, and that can be harnessed for helping to safeguard major events as well.
So there's no doubt that there is an awful lot of hype around artificial intelligence and machine learning at the moment, not all of which is accurate, frankly. Though we do see, there's thousands of customers now on our platform who are using various services and capabilities that we have for artificial intelligence and machine learning. And when it comes to these really large enterprise organizations or even public sector institutions, it's still very early. I think there's a lot of interest around things like fraud detection, compliance, autonomous vehicles, agricultural optimization, sentiment analysis, and the like, but the fact remains that there's still a number of challenges that make it hard for these large organizations to implement a lot of these things across their business. We talked about some of the people aspects before, but in addition to that, specifically as it relates to AI and ML, one, deep machine learning models and artificial intelligence experience is still very rare. And there's not a ton of data scientists out there. There's not a wealth of them that where every big company has a huge stable of them. Two, building machine learning models to operate at scale is very hard. And three, then operating them and deploying them across a large, vast amount of data that might be globally distributed in all these different formats is also, very difficult. So luckily for us, Amazon as a company has been using machine learning throughout various aspects of our business for a number of decades now. When you think about the robotics that we deploy in our fulfillment centers to optimize pick paths for how to get packages and put them on the conveyor belt and get them into customers, whether it be product recommendations, customers who like this, who bought this, also bought this, and Amazon Alexa, where we have voice speech recognition and being able to understand real human interaction. And our goal with our AI ML platform is to take a lot of the services that have worked for us in our business and then expose them to big enterprises so they can take advantage of those capabilities as well. And really, we kind of think of it as having three different layers. The first is having a number of really deep machine learning capabilities to allow data scientists and developers, the hardcore folks who are really into this space, be able to scale up very quickly on any data set that they might have or acquire new data sets to run it. A number of APIs that allow developers who are familiar with a business problem that they're trying to solve but might not be very familiar with kind of the data science and machine learning that sits underneath. And then a number of capabilities we offer at the top of the stack, which are as a service wrapping up some sort of machine learning or artificial intelligence features where almost anybody with a computer can start to take advantage of them. And one great example of that is our Amazon recognition service, which allows users to pump pictures in and get attributes and the probability of attributes that might be in that picture based on all of the machine learning that we've developed around that. And two great examples as it relates to this event in particular is the NFL, who's using machine learning to power their next-gen stat system. Anybody who watched the playoffs over the last couple of weeks had seen a number of things come up in the game where they were doing a lot of advanced analytics on how quickly players were moving and reaction times and the like. All of that's being done by machine learning running on our platform. And then likewise, Major League Baseball runs a system called StatCast that would just not have been possible running on an on-premises environment that they're using machine learning as well to achieve those objectives.
Thank you, Stephen. Rosalind, I'm getting to you.
Eager to join in because you can see I also represent IBM in the healthcare space where AI has had tremendous results in life sciences for identifying genes previously unknown that cause ALS, for working with companies like Medtronic and patients to know about a hyperglycemic event 3 hours before it happens. All of this is based on AI, and these are real-world examples. We're preventing people from having to go to the hospital or to take steps so they don't have a diabetes attack in advance. So I think AI is very real, and we have seen many use cases of where it has created value in healthcare. If you look towards events, I talked earlier about increasing the fan experience and how that can help with security is once you've established trust and they have interacted with AI to determine what seat would they like. And instead of just saying, this might be the best seat for you, having some kind of engagement, knowing what the fan likes. Do they like the sun? Do they like the shade? And then giving them suggestions in which they interact. Now they have trust because they've engaged. Building that trust to establish a security perimeter before someone comes to the event can help with security. I recently went with my family to Disney World. If you've all been to Disney World, you know the lines are very small and their checks are not the same because you all have that wand, right? They know when you're arriving. They know a lot about you. I have given up a lot of information about my children and lots of pictures of them all over the park because I like that experience, right? We now have a great photo album and we were able to get in very quickly. And developing a relationship of trust, we talked about that earlier, just getting all the players in the room, the behind the scenes trust, and then moving that layer of trust through interaction and engagement with these technologies can really help improve security. And it's not just the fan knowing as much as you can about someone before they show up. They're gonna come via Uber. They're gonna come in their car with 8 people. They're gonna fly in. But also the worker, the retailer, everybody who's part of that venue. The more we can do that and the more we can use AI, I think we see tremendous value in the experience and in the security.
Okay. So it's really, using the technology to provide what we would call a trusted fan concept. So, it's almost like know your customer, know your fan, and be able to actually, utilize that to get maximum advantage, both for the fan, but the stadium operator, as well as then obviously for the security officials to know,
Yes.
that particular individual.
With continuing monitoring, right? We all know that you don't want someone at the last minute to say that they're a Rosalind doctor with this family of 4. So all these technologies need to come together, but I think we are going to see breakthroughs because we are engaging with AI and we are building trust in these technologies.
And of course IBM has Watson, which is a great system, and but in a way that is still AI, but it's supervised AI, right? I mean,
most of our especially in healthcare because of compliance reasons,
sure.
And we train the professional, the healthcare worker, the doctor, to deliver the results, right? It's not you're not talking. You might interact with Watson, but it's your healthcare provider that recommends the treatment, right? That says you need to come into the hospital or gives you advice on how best to treat cancer. There are examples that IBM is using deep learning, but that's in different areas that are appropriate for that autonomous, and that's when the data set is massive, and imaging is one of those. The intelligence surveillance video that we talked about, I mean, that when you have that massive of data, autonomous car driving, which we don't do, that's massive data, and you need to do the deep learning.
Right. You want to just say a few words about, how do we prevent AI from, being weaponized against us, falling into wrong hands? What are the safeguards that one should be looking at as well?
We're all working together. I think Amazon, you guys are there. Microsoft, I shouldn't speak for you, but we have a AI ethics group, right, where our best thinkers are working with others in industry to say what is the ethical use of AI. In IBM, we have an IBM ethics board that looks at how we deploy. Just like we have with data privacy, I'm sure all of our companies, we ask ourselves, even if our client has given us permission to see this data, do we need to see all of it? Who at IBM needs to see what aspects of it? And can we work with anonymous data? So these are questions that we take very seriously. You can all Google IBM data responsibility, where IBM equivocally states that our client data is our client data, and their insights are their insights. So if we can all be transparent on how we're designing our systems and what their intended purpose is and what data goes into them, then I think that builds a level of trust that we're not designing something for one use and using it in another way.
Thank you. Christopher, I promised I'd come back to you. I want to move away again from AI to, to obviously cybersecurity and some of those issues. I read recently that a lot of organizations and firms, based upon what we've seen happening in the last few months, I call it almost, cyber hostage taking. And I've read a lot of firms are actually now stocking up or stockpiling on cryptocurrencies and, Bitcoin especially, to be able to pay those ransoms. Is that a defeatist attitude? Or is there something better that they could be done, they should be doing? And are we sending the wrong signals? It's a bit like, obviously, paying a ransom for hostage taking. You just encourage it. I'd just like to get your thoughts on that.
The spectrum of what is possible for cyber criminals to do is pretty big, and yet you see a lot of concentration in just a few areas, right? So it's ransomware today, and it was previously DDoS, and over time. Well, criminals are going to do whatever makes money. So I think for network defenders looking at defending sport, these are things that snowball. So are your peers, are they paying ransoms? Because if they are, the word will get around in the cyber criminal community that these guys pay. We saw that certainly in the healthcare industry when the healthcare industry started paying ransoms. You saw an exponential increase in attempts to monetize that, because for the criminals it's all about crime is sort of a commodity for them. So what can they get the most money out of at quantity? They're not going to care too much about the target in most cases. I think the same thing will apply to sports. That's why you see so much DDoSing of websites, taking down either ticket vending or gambling, anything associated with a time-sensitive event. It's been shown that the targets of that will pay the ransom. Well, this affects you, even if you're hosting a completely unrelated event. They might think of you as a target and as an entity that would pay the ransom just to make the problem go away. I just want to come back to AI a little bit briefly, AI and machine learning more on our side. I think that really illustrates the importance of data sharing, rapid data sharing. That really complicates things for would-be cyber operators who are targeting you, and it really helps network defenders a lot when you can rapidly share information. Machine learning is only going to work if they have access to if the algorithm has access to the data. So if you're completely isolated and walled off, and you as an organization are running those systems yourself, that's fine. I think it's completely legitimate for certain types of sensitive data to not put things in the cloud, to not want a security company to be hands-on, with your data. You want your own people to do it. But if you do that, you have to understand that you're making a very serious security trade-off.
Right.
And also that in the event of an incident, you're not going to have good situational awareness. So you're hosting a major sporting event, you start suffering an attack. It would be nice to know if it's targeted against you, or if it's just hitting everyone in the region, or if it's just completely at random and it happens to be a bad day. That happens. We tend to, when we're the victim of an attack, assume that it was all premeditated and planned exactly to go after that sporting event or that other incident. But that's often not the case. Sometimes it really is just luck of the draw. You're not going to know that if you're not sharing the data, or if you don't have it in the cloud where the security companies or the cloud vendors can see you and also many other companies worldwide, many other organizations worldwide at the same time. They'll be able to give you better situational awareness. They'll be able to put their algorithms to work helping you decide, is this malicious or not? There are certainly ways to do that yourself. For example, to put some of the logic of what it is you think is malicious on premises. We do that at FireEye a lot for government customers, for example, that want to handle sensitive data themselves. That's completely reasonable, and that's something that you can do. But what you're going to lose when you do that is, in the event of an incident, yes, you'll still have the static defense will be more or less just as good, but you won't know if they're targeting you and only you, or you and everyone in the region, or it could be completely random. So in the event of a crisis, it really hurts your situational awareness if you keep everything on premises and do it yourself. But there are still cases where, for legal reasons or other reasons, you might want to do that. I think AI for network defense, machine learning, it's very promising, works very well. And so again, unless you really need to decide, is the data that you want to keep to yourself something that is truly that sensitive and that you're more afraid of the vendor having than the threat group having? So.
Right. Thank you. John, you spoke earlier about Patricidium and the system you do, which is really about modeling potential risk and fallout from potential events, whether it's a fire, explosion, that could impact a building. I mean, the reality is that we know that security is not 100%. You can't safeguard. Some things are going to get through at some point in the time. Things happen. But can you talk a little bit about so if you move from that to the reality that something's happened, and really more around resilience, the ability to stand up after something's happened and quickly, rapidly mobilize. What do you do that can actually help first responders in a situation like that?
Yeah, so what we do is we highly focus on the trigger. As the first panel said today, the officers joked of all the things people don't realize that don't get through daily. And as we watch the news daily, we realize how much is actually getting through. So we focus on when something goes bad, how do we take all the information that's available, whether it's AI, how is the stack built, how can it scale, what tools are plugged in, and how do we communicate in that space geotemporally. And then we execute. When the system takes off, it updates about every half second. So to put that in perspective, and Sean's seen some of our stuff where we can break down a building real time in a bomb threat or an actual explosion where every device is in about a second and a half. And the persons have the opportunity to respond, they're okay, not okay, and we do what's called a virtual triage. So in the fourth dimension, though, we had time. So we had all these tools. Is there a hack occurring? Is there someone physically trying to get into the facility? Has a bomb sniffing sensor, an active shooter detection system inside that's Wi-Fi? Is it recognize a round's gone off? We aggregate that all together to spool up that response. In that, we can actually share that information with the responder real time. It's all cloud-based for that specific reason, that if the incident were happening in DC in this building, it would actually run in the inside of a patrol car when they're pulling up, the building plans, the architecture, the people in it, and any sensor that this facility has allowed to be released. So in a sporting event that is very large scale, and as we heard earlier this morning, there are multiple agencies. Who's in charge at that moment? If this happens, who's in charge? If it's a cyber attack, who's in charge? All the roles, so we can adjust those roles for command and control real time from a physical attribute, three-dimensionally, for them to respond faster and quicker to reduce that risk and collapse it. Some of the modeling that Sean has seen, we've been approached by insurance companies where we actually do bomb blast information related to business interruption, number of people affected, what is the cost implications, but at the same time, if they deploy a system in their building, to use an example, 30 Rock spends $10 million a year on terrorism insurance. Under the Safety Act, we can actually lower that, and our tool is de minimis in pennies a square foot. So they look at it completely different now. So from a physical standpoint, no one's ever done this. We're highly disruptive, smaller company. That's why we're working with a lot of the bigger companies, because we look at a side of technology that's mainly used where AI could be used in healthcare, but we're saying, why don't you use it on the security side? Why don't you tip it a little bit, because you already have all these sensors in place to look at algorithms that could be an insider threat where the person's going to do damage to your organization, but it could be a physical threat that could be a device, a shooting, or other options.
Thank you, John. Yep. I'm just looking at the time, and I also want to give the audience. Sorry, Bruce. If we get time, we'll still come back to you again for a second one. But I do want to give the audience a chance to ask some questions and respond. But before I do that, and I'm going to apologize in advance for doing it. Unfortunately, the panel was already crowded, taken up with 5 panelists. I was told 4, stretched the envelope, got in 5. I would have loved to have done 6, but But the reason I'm saying that is that one of the key areas that we did not look at, and again from technology and automation, is really the potential threat posed to us by by UAVs. And we do have a young lady in the audience with us today. I'm very grateful she turned up, Lisa Ellman. So if I can get a mic to Lisa, if I may, Lisa, sorry, put you on the spot. But if I had my way, I would have had you up on the stage. Could I ask you, Lisa, Lisa's done a lot of work looking into policy and legislation around, counteracting unauthorized UAVs. And if I could ask you, Lisa, just to, give us a quick update, if I ask you the question, UAVs, major sporting events, are they really a threat? And what can be done?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Ellman. I represent the Commercial Drone Alliance, and we represent companies related to the use of commercial drones, but also worried about the use of drones, including critical infrastructure facilities and, of course, sports organizations that are worried about the use of UAVs. So it's been interesting to hear about the challenges in each of your the different areas of emerging technologies. In the UAV space, the biggest challenge has been around policy and regulations and the lack of progress there. So, Sean, as you mentioned, right now the use, so drones can be used both to secure infrastructure and stadiums, for example. Use of drones for surveillance is something that teams and entities are really excited about going towards. However, there are rules around using drones around people, that kind of thing. And of course, the use of counter-drone technology. So Congress is really looking into this. There needs to be legal changes in order to be able to use this technology. Counter-drone technology is out there that enables us to take down drone threats. Of course, we've seen examples of this over the last few months and years. Just recently, in the last few weeks, there was an example of drones being used over NFL stadiums during games where they were dropping leaflets, for example. Of course, that could be a lot worse, right? That was, so it's something that there's been a lot of focus on, but again, we need some legal and policy changes in order to really utilize the technology, both drones for security as well as the use of counter-drone technology to prevent rogue drone threats, unauthorized drone threats over physical over actual property.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. So I'm going to just ask you one question in response to that. So there's legislation, there are prohibitions, and so on. But if if we really look at the modus operandi of, let's say, unfortunately, a suicide bomber, he doesn't care about the legislation. He's not going to care about policies. If you can get 5 drones through in a swarm, and one of those only has got some P2, and you can explode it over a stadium. I think the Stampede will do the rest of the job for you. Are there technologies and are there authorities looking at ways to actually prevent that? Where do we stand with that right now?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So the counter-drone technology, which I referenced, can actually, whether it's the use of nets to capture drones, the use of drones to capture other drones, they can actually jam a drone, they can hack a drone and take over a drone. So of course, once it's of course helpful to be able to identify drones. The remote identification of drones is an important ability, and there is that capability is out there. But like you said, a bad actor doesn't care about what the rules are, right? So it's already illegal to be flying drones over a sports stadium. Over a game, but a bad actor doesn't care about that. So enabling the use of counter-drone technology, which can actually overtake potential UAV threats, is a critical next step, and this is something that the sports community is very engaged in, and I'd love to work with any of you who are also working on this. I'm going today to the Hill to talk about some new counter-drone legislation that's being considered. So this is something that the security community is really focused on right now in terms of moving that policy forward.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yes. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
Of course, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
Right.
John, if we could, maybe we want to run that clip.
Yeah, so just one thing before I throw it open to the audience, and I just want to check with the organizers. We did ask, is it not possible to run it? Oh, Stephen, I'm sorry.
No good?
They give me a timeout.
We have some technology we could show that helps identify things
right.
in real time in video, like drones. But anyway.
Sorry about that. So just very briefly, are there any questions from the audience? I think they just showed me time up, but I think we could take one or two very briefly. Yes, gentleman at the back. Can we get a mic to him, please? It's on its way to you. Maybe not. No, it's coming. Yeah. Throwing the ball, you have to do talk.
Thank you, panel. It was excellent discussions on the event. My name is Arnold King. I'm a business consultant, and I like to know how the finance and personnel and business development play a role in technology in the base as far as safety, security, and safety, security of the sport is concerned?
I'm sorry, I was trying to hear, maybe just you at the back. You asked a question about, sorry?
How does finance, personnel, and business development play a role in the technology in the base as far as the sport is concerned? What role does it play?
So you're asking what role does finance and personnel really play interacting with technology and protecting sport? Is that a great? All right. If I think about that, I'm going to deflect that. I can ask Bruce. Bruce can start with it. We'll go down.
Yeah, the weakest link in all of this, I don't care what it is, are people. It's just that simple. And people motivated by money, if you want to talk about finance, but the more we can do to understand the individuals that are engaged in or around our events is the critical factor. The same as our transportation system and our intelligence system. I think the concept of a known fan is coming to, again, understand who are the blue force and who are the troublemakers, whether it's used in facial recognition, whatever we're going to do, but it comes down to people and what their intents are and ultimately their capabilities. So.
I'll piggyback on that just a little bit from a personnel standpoint. To stop the best cyber threat groups, you're going to need the best defenders. And that talent isn't evenly distributed around the globe. There are pockets of excellence around the globe, even in the United States, but around the globe, there are pockets of excellence that have, university systems or whatever that produce good network defenders. I think it's important that you don't make the problem worse. Artificial barriers like, gender, difficulty getting a clearance, that varies from country to country what the exact issue is. But if you're already hurting for a supply of cybersecurity talent, you want to make sure that your personnel policies don't artificially make that worse. I'm more familiar with the clearance side of things, right? And we see this in the United States where, maybe they're a little bit more tolerant of youthful indiscretions than they had to be in the past. You see the FBI director and others commenting on that. Every country and culture is going to have its own issue, but cybersecurity talent is already in short supply and it's already expensive. Make sure you have smart policies that don't make it worse. So that's a generic comment, but yeah.
Rosalind, any last comment on that, or do you want to respond to that?
I think we discussed earlier establishing trust, how key it is, right? And I could maybe give a closing comment on the data. You need the data to establish the trust. And we've talked about ways to secure it, how to get more engaged with the fan, and to realize that collectively we can have an impact, and that you can use multi-purpose, or you can multi-purpose technology that's out there, whether it's sensors that you talked about, the light bulbs, or we're already doing crowd predictions to create a secure event. The same thing with the people that are working there, the retail experience. There's so many ways that we have discussed today that you can improve the experience and security at the same time.
Thank you, Rosalind. Right, only got time for one more question, so I see this gentleman at the back. Thank you. Sorry, lady at the back. Apologies. My eyesight at this distance.
Thank you. First of all, great panel, great discussion, and I think it's probably pertinent to end on the idea of ethics. So what I want to talk about and ask the panel is, how do you, I'll go back to my notes, who writes the ethical rules and regulations for these autonomous systems in life and death situations? And the example I'll give you is, somebody brought up the autonomous cars. What happens when an autonomous car is driving and knows it's going to get into an accident, and what happens? Will it hit a telephone pole? Will it hit a person? Will it hit a group of people? What happens in this, and who makes those ethical rules and regulations?
Thank you.
If I could just briefly take that one, because I am probably one of the least knowledgeable about AI up here on the panel. So just very briefly, I will say from a policy perspective, when I was in the government, what they were often looking for not self-driving cars, but for bigger picture security events was explainable AI, right? When I was, I'm a big fan of chess, and so in the late 90s and early 2000s, these chess computers that started beating humans could explain to you how they made their move. And that's not necessarily the case anymore. They can't explain in a human readable way how they make their move. That's difficult for chess. It's bad when you're doing national security. It doesn't fly at all. So I'll now defer to people who actually know AI. But Rosalind.
I mentioned this before, and I started off with this, augmented intelligence. You need to design the AI just as we've built privacy into our technology, ethical responsibility before you start to design it. At IBM, we have chosen to design solutions that augment a person. A person makes the decision based on the evidence that's provided. They choose what data goes in, and they control how those insights come to them. So I think it's very important, and we don't do autonomous cars, so I can't comment on that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rosalind. Well, I know we're running out of time now. I'm coming close to the cutoff here. So, thank you very much to the audience, but specifically, thank you very much to the panelists, Stephen, John, making it here on the red eye, Rosalind, Christopher, and Bruce. Thank you very much. We appreciate your participation. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean, very much, and the panel. A fascinating discussion. Three logistical items to run through really quickly. First, an update to the agenda. Due to plane difficulties, we're going to be swapping the next two panels. So over lunch, we're going to do the panel on safeguarding the integrity of sport, and then that will be followed by the panel with Dikembe Mutombo and Mary Harvey. Another item, we're going to ask everybody at this time to adjourn to the adjacent room. We're going to get everything set up in here for the lunch, which takes a few minutes. And the last item, in doing so, we would ask everybody to take your bags or laptops, all of that sort of items into the other room, and then our crack team here at the Chamber will get everything set up for the lunch service. So we have sodas, coffees, everything next door. So we'll just move over there for a few minutes while we get everything set up in here. But thanks again to the panel. They're all set. All right, everybody, if I can have your attention. Again, hope you're enjoying the lunch, and please feel free to continue to do so. We're going to continue on with our program. And at this time, I would like to introduce and tee up our moderator of the panel, Safeguarding the Integrity of Sport, Emmanuel D. Medeiros, Chief Executive Officer of ICSS Insight. Emmanuel?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is your panel on the integrity of sport, the panel that you have been waiting for all the morning. We hope it will be the best. But having said that, I would like to express our recognition and appreciation to all the panelists that preceded us here on stage. I would like to reiterate our appreciation to the organizers of this event, the ICSS, the US Chamber of Commerce, and of course the McCain Institute. This is a very important day for sport. It's a very important day for our organizations, but mainly for the millions and millions of fans out there and those who invest in sport, those who have faith in sport, those who have sport as part of their lives. It is for them that we are here, and we will discuss the integrity of sport. Without integrity, we don't have a sport. And that is something we need to bear in mind. Often we forget why we do what we do, and for whom. Obviously, we do this for ourselves. Everyone in this room, everyone who's here has something in common. And that commonality is the passion for sport. I'm sitting here with people that I respect and I admire. Edwin Moses, a man who has broken records, a man who has led to believe that there is truth in that sentence that says, people need champions. People need champions to encourage them to go far and go beyond, to transcend themselves, to achieve higher goals. And Edwin has done this in the tracks. He is a champion on and off the tracks. And I'm truly honored to be seated here with him today. We also have Leila Mintes, a leader in sport, a female leader in sport that has also dedicated a professional life to ensure that sport remains clean from wrongdoing, sport remains safeguarded against the global threat of match fixing and sports betting fraud, leading a great, dynamic, fast-growing cooperation in the US. Leila, I'm pleased to have you here. We also have the powerful voice of the athletes, the basic cells that transform sport in this field of excitement, self-esteem, and, of course, glory. Casey has a permanent role in the NFL Players Association. He deals with the business and the legal side of sport. He has been actively involved in this discussion that is now pending on whether sports betting will remain in the closet, prohibited, or if a new dawn will arise from the decision to be rendered by the US Supreme Court. And of course, because when we talk about integrity, we need to be comprehensive. We need to understand that we deal with global problems which require global solutions, that all these threats and all these challenges are interlinked. We have here Anders, who plays a leading role in the World Bank. The World Bank is not an institution that is based here in Washington, that has a widespread and a footprint across the world. The World Bank is not an institution that's only concerned about the states. The World Bank also plays an important role in sport, as sport is undeniably an important economic sector. It is a sector that 15 years ago represented more than 400 billion US dollars. It is a sector that 15 years ago represented 4.5% of the European Union workforce, equivalent to 15 million jobs. It is a sector that represented, back then, 3% of the world's economic activity. And that's a lot. But it's not just about the money. It is about the values that inspire our society, the respect for the rule of law, respect for human rights, respect for human dignity, and team effort, self-esteem. And for me, who remembers clearly when LA hosted the '84 Olympic Games, and Edwin was a star in that constellation, who remembers US hosting 1994 the FIFA World Cup, and what we can anticipate to be LA in '26, there is no doubt that hosting a major sport event can have multiple positive impacts. But there is one consequence, one factor that cannot be measured in money, and that is the self-esteem of those who host the event, those who have joy in the sporting achievements, and those who will keep in their memories moments of glory, fantastic moments of sport and with sport ethics. Setting the scenes and having introduced our panelists, I would like to kick off with some questions. The first question is dedicated to Leila. And because the moment is particularly important, because there is great anxiety as we wait for the US Supreme Court decision on whether we will continue to have sports betting ban, or in contrast, whether we will have an open, regulated market. Obviously, given the role that Leila performs and SportRadar has in the field of sports betting integrity, it is mandatory to ask her what are her views, what are the pros and cons in regards to the possible decision of the US Supreme Court, and above all, how can sport safeguard its integrity, and what SportRadar can do in that regard.
Yeah, thanks. It's a pleasure being here in that great location. We at SportRadar, we are really a truly global company. So we have 30 offices around the globe. We have one part of our business dedicated to sports integrity. We work with most of the leagues in the US. We have partnerships on the integrity side with the NHL, for example, with the NBA, with MLS Soccer. And we work closely with our league partners in helping them to protect sports integrity. Now with the Supreme Court decision soon coming up and with a speculation about the opening of a betting market, there is a certain momentum. But I think no matter what the decision of the Supreme Court will look like, I think it's now the time to really think about having a robust legal framework in the US that regulates the betting market and that really brings some transparency into the market. There are some studies, some estimates that say that around 200 billion to 400 billion US dollars are bet outside the US from US citizens every year. So that's a huge amount of money that doesn't go under any taxation by now. There are no consumer protection in place because these bets are bet in the illegal market, in the black and gray markets outside the US. And I think it's time to now think about how a system should and needs to look like. I think an important role here is that we need a monitoring system that has to be implemented and that needs to look into the market and needs to monitor what's really going on. So Sportradar is providing such a monitoring system, and that's a part of our business that's not profit oriented. So that's why we already started working with the leagues looking into that. But I think we are global. We have seen so many regulations around the globe that we can provide some value on good and bad practices and can bring that to the US and help shaping that now in the US. So we are currently speaking to the lawmakers, but also to the regulators. We are advising them on how such a regulation could look like. In the US now, there are certain potential outcomes after the Supreme Court. So for example, what is possible is that the federal law is taken away and then that the states can provide sports betting. So in case that that's happening, the states need to have their own laws. Some of the states, they have passed such betting laws already. So in case that PASPA's gone away, for example, New Jersey said they want to be able to provide betting within 2 weeks after that decision. So I think now it's really time to react and get the right systems in place.
There is somehow the perception or the thought that because sports betting is banned by law, it does not exist. Is that true?
No, I mean, we see that from the numbers that even if legally nobody in the US outside from Nevada is allowed to bet on online sports betting, the numbers show that people still do it. So there are lots of people also outside the US betting on US sports. So for the leagues, it's now, of course, time to think about how that should be monitored. And we do that through our system, so we can estimate, we can measure how many bookmakers, for example, on a global level offer US sports. And I think that's really necessary to look into that because once a sport is up for betting purposes online, there is a potential risk that someone would come and try to influence that sport, would influence the outcome of a sport game because, or with the intention to place a bet on the potential outcome. So there's a potential risk, and only saying we don't have that risk in the US because betting is not legalized is too short-sorted. So we really have now to get the right regulations in place.
Thank you. I have some pretty amazing figures about the dimension of this illegal sports betting in the US. And the figures are truly impressive. According to H2, 196 billion US dollars is the volume and the dimension of the illegal sports betting in the US. The equivalent of 97% of the US market, which means simply that you cannot build a wall, you cannot simply declare and decree the prohibition of something which enters into our daily lives, in our house, in our dorms, in our schools, in our offices, through internet. And that is why I think this discussion is very serious and requires also very serious answers. Hopefully the decision will come soon. And that brings us to the NFL PA. For a long time, there was the impression that the US sports leagues were divided. They had fragmented positions. They were polarized between those who were in favor of a regulated opening of the market and those who were against. Where does the NFLPA, whose representativeness, whose power, whose legitimacy is overwhelming, where do you stand in this discussion?
So first of all, I want to say thank you for having me. We were making a joke beforehand that we could let Edwin just talk, and it's an honor to be up here with my fellow panelists. So working for the NFLPA, we represent all players. Our players don't agree on anything because it's such a diverse group. So when it comes to what is our stance, we represent our players, which I know this sounds like a sidestep to the question, but it's really accurate. So one example of our 2,000 players, there are some players that don't even particularly like football. They just know they're really good at it and they can make money off of it. So our stance is we represent our players. And to those staggering numbers that you just mentioned, the 200 billion, 400 billion, what that presents for our players and what it presents for us is we're looking at this and we need to prepare. We need to prepare our membership for what's going to happen if sports betting is legalized. And frankly, we need to prepare them even if it's not, because there's an underground market right now that affects our players. And there was a USA Today article a couple weeks ago that was implicating a few of our players. I'm not here to speak on the truth of that article, but it shows that our players and all athletes are subject to the perils of sports betting. So where we come down, we look at it in kind of three buckets. The first is education. We need to educate our players on what does a match-fixing, nefarious actor look like? What does someone who may seem like they have good intentions, or they may be their friend, but they're actually not? Education also includes a safe space. We represent the players. They can come to us and say, hey, one of my teammates, I know he's been talking to this person. Can you guys reach out? Second is defense. As everyone has seen, Ezekiel Elliott, Tom Brady, we represent our players when there's disciplinary action from the NFL. If sports betting, if the floodgates are open, we need to prepare for the fact, or for the situation if a player gets accused of match fixing, or even if a player is personally placing wagers. So education, defense, and the third is revenue. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the bill that was introduced in Indiana that had an integrity fee in it. It's our position that the players should participate in those revenues.
Well done. Thank you very much. The discussion has been somehow centered, we see this in the press, predominantly also on the money side. How much money it will generate, how much taxes it will generate for the states or federal. But I think what you said is truly important, which is focus must be given to protection of integrity in sport. Are you in contact with other players associations of other sports in order to create a robust, cohesive, united front to safeguard integrity in sport in this country in regards to sports betting?
We are. We work with the other PAs on a variety of issues. So this has been at the forefront. I joined the PA in June, so a short 6 months ago, and one of my first meetings with the other players' associations was on this topic.
Thank you. Anders, the World Bank is a powerful institution. It carries a huge name, and we place serious expectations on the role of the World Bank, which probably is not known to everyone, but it is definitely a very influential organization. How do you see the commercial success in sport? How do you see the billions and billions that are poured into sport? And how do you see the regulatory landscape as far as financial integrity is concerned? I'll give you an example. Yesterday morning, when we were starting a meeting here, I got information that the Italian law enforcement was opening a serious investigation into the selling of a major Italian club into a Chinese hedge fund. The amount of money involved, as you can understand, is tremendous. But we in sport have the impression that given the scale, given the magnitude, given the complexity and the sophistication in the financial side, often involving opaque structures based offshore, not knowing who's behind them, how the World Bank sees this happening on their watch after the Panama Papers and the Paradise Papers and other papers that may come up one of these days.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, and thank you to the ICSS and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for organizing this event. It's a very good question. The World Bank operates globally. That means in more than 100 countries. We provide about $60 billion in financing every year. So we are very much aware that financial crimes is a risk, and I would say it's a pervasive risk in many markets. So what have we learned? Well, looking at sports is an industry. And as an industry, it's also susceptible to some of the same issues. So what are they? Well, I think we talked a lot about corruption, so let me move on to another area, tax evasion. We are looking into how is tax evasion impacting our business and those we call our clients. And it's an emerging issue. So recently I went to a pension fund that said, well, we need to figure out what to do. What companies do we want to invest in? Which ones look too iffy? So it raises the issue, what are the kind of practices we should not tolerate? And if you look at sports, there have been a number of tax evasion cases involving soccer players and other major sportsmen. That's certainly one thing. But it really goes much further than that. So what we are seeing on the global landscape is a much more assertive law enforcement. You saw in FIFA, the IRS was stepping in. But what is happening is the crimes like bribery is being investigated from a tax perspective because there's always a tax implication. So if you receive a bribe and you forget to tell the tax man, you have a tax evasion case, right? The same with money laundering. You stashed away some money in a foreign account. Well, that's okay, you just have to tell the tax man. If you didn't do that, you have a tax evasion case, right? So sports becomes vulnerable to the same things. And if you go further than that, it's also our business partners. So who are we working with? So going back to the integrity due diligence, which is basically looking at the integrity of our partners, that is now being amended with the tax side. So, for example, do we want to partner with a company that is very successful but hasn't paid taxes for 10 years? You might say there's nothing illegal in that, true, but what about our reputation? So we are beginning to understand how it can be vulnerable in many other areas. So for example, somebody says, well, don't worry, dear club, I'll pay for that, and a check comes from British Virgin Island or from Panama, another tax jurisdiction, nothing illegal. How do we want to address these types of issues? Because if you put it in a headline, it might not look very good. Again, you have a moral dilemma. So what the world is asking for, how do we regulate this space? What are the new rules of the game? And the honest truth is, nobody really knows. So it used to be tax evasion is a crime, you are lying to the taxman, and then you can be smart about different tax structures. But what is happening is a number of governments are saying, no. Different tax structures, we're not going to allow you to do whatever. We want to regulate that. And sometimes they investigate or sometimes they audit, and there's a lot of pressure. Going back to sports, it means that the reputation of sports can be tainted if we step into some of these arrangements.
Mm-hmm. We see, as I said in my previous introduction, we see increasing amounts of money being moved at global level in sport. This is true in particular in players' transfers, not in the US because of the different sporting system, but outside the US, this is common. At the end of this month, the FIFA players' transfer window will close, and FIFA will announce again groundbreaking. Here you go, Karen. Groundbreaking figures invested by clubs on transfer fees and agent fees, increasing dramatically. But how can we, Anders, how can we say to the millions and billions of fans and investors in sport and those who love sport, how can we truly know where is the money coming from, where is the money going to, and who gets what?
I would suggest...
Is it time, sorry, excuse me. Is it time to have a global independent clearing house so that we can have, at last, financial integrity and transparency in sport?
I think there's a hunger for guidance on this. I mean, you can leave it to each and every sports club, each association, each sportsman to figure that out. That's going to take donkey's years. So you need something else. You need something to lean on. So I recently had a meeting with about a dozen managing directors from investment banks in Wall Street, and they say, can you provide some integrity principles for us on the investment side, right? That we can lean on because sometimes we're under pressure, right? Similarly, you should ask yourself, can we develop such a framework, right? Voluntary, we can't tell everybody what to do. What should be the elements? The 3 elements I think you should think about is to do a risk assessment. Well, we always do risk assessment, but really take a hard look. What are the things that can go wrong? And if they were to go wrong, we would look really bad, right? Secondly, we need to have the tools. So if we agree there are certain partners we should not have, well, how do we assess that? So, for example, the fact that there is a huge fee paid in connection with a transfer, should we ask whether taxes are being paid of that? Yes, no, are we going too far? Right? What are the red flags? I think we need to have some red flags to guide us. And I think secondly, this needs to be in writing. And it's a compact between the athletes, the associations, the clubs, the sponsors, and those that view sports. Because we are all on different pages. And I don't even think we had a conversation about these things. So it requires a consensus building. Because I know on the private sector side, it's like, no, let's not talk about that. Let's see how it pans out. Because it's too sensitive, and if you knew what I did, maybe you would not be that happy. So that conversation hasn't really begun in earnest yet. And you could take it up on your side to see what kind of rules and guidelines do we need to have.
Excellent. And that would bring us to SIGA, who is working on that space. But what I think we can summarize from this discussion is not that sport lives under this huge dark threat. It's that the sporting industry is united in preventing these problems, these issues, these threats from staining its reputation, its credibility. And that leads me to Edwin Moses. A legend, a role model, a champion, who now is at the helm of the United States Anti-Doping Agency. Also a champion in this space. And hats off to you. Doping has probably ever existed. It's as old as sport. Maybe it had other names, but probably it has always existed. But I have the impression that never, as now, we have been confronted with such a wave of reports and allegations of athlete doping as now. Will it ever stop?
I don't think it's going to ever stop. I think it's just a part of sports that we have to continue to deal with. Even the ancient Greeks were using strychnine and honey, things of that nature way back then. There's always going to be ways to cheat in any society. But I think the difference that we have now is computing power. When we first started doing the analysis using the GCMS machines attached to the computers, when we first started it, the computing power in 1988, 89, I think we had 2 megabytes of RAM and 384K of temporary RAM on the computers. And that was what we first took to Russia in 1989 to set up their program. And now we're talking gigawatts of power and energy, the ability to save the forensic data from drug tests, which is very, very helpful, the ability to monitor athletes over a continuum, a long period of time, and then compare results instantaneously. And also just fighting against the ethical fight that doping is never was my cup of tea, because I went to a school that had no track, no field, had to jump fences. So my motto was, show me a track and give me some shoes and I'm in business. So I come from a completely different school, but it's, there's a lot of reasons why people, everyone wants to be on the top. And with the technology of today's sports, you can take a mediocre athlete, surround them with very high-level trainers, facilities, even without the drugs, and you can make them into much better athletes than you normally would be able to 20, 30 years ago. So that's just, how the world has changed in sports. So how to moderate it is, it's always going to be problematic.
Mm-hmm. And when states are suspected of being involved in athlete doping, who should be liable? Who should be made responsible? Who should be banned? The state or the athlete?
I think the state should be banned. And in the case of what we're talking about now, Russia, I think that all the athletes should be banned as well, because otherwise there's no action. I was on the first team that actually took the computers over in 1989 and 90 from the U.S. Olympic Committee. We had a USSR agreement, and we exchanged agreements in terms of how to begin to do Russian. And on my trip over there in '89, exactly the same story that has been alleged when you read the papers in the New York Times and you read about the lab directors and the defectors and the athletes that left. That was a story that was described to us in 1989 in an official, in official meetings, in an official way. That's how business is done over there. And for me personally, and having competed against in the Iron Country days when it was United States versus East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, it was Romania was a lot more tense and a lot more difficult to be a winner during that time because of the sheer stress of having to compete against not just your fellow athletes, but that you're competing against an individual who's truly representing, with all the resources, representing, for us it was a hostile country, for the Russians it was a hostile country. We were all political enemies, and it was much harder to be on top then than it is now. So it took a very different type of athlete to be able to be on the top, to go to an Olympic Games like an Evelyn Ashford and win against a phalanx of women that she knew were doing things that she wasn't willing to do. So it's different. So I just think that you have to ban the country, because I just know from my years of experience, the concept of a clean athlete without any drug test to prove that they were clean, it makes no sense.
It makes no
it
sense.
Makes no sense whatsoever.
It aggravates the doubt and the suspicion.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, was precisely here in Washington, D.C. I opened the Washington Post, and the front cover was about analysis that had been made, tests that had been made, and the conclusion was that athletes that had competed in the 2008 Olympic Games in China, in Beijing, they were positive. Now, how can I, a normal sports fan, work every day from dawn to dusk, raise my kids in the best possible way? How can I trust the sport if 8 years later or 10 years later I'm confronted with this? What should be the message that the sports organizations, the sports governing bodies, and organizations like WADA would convey to a guy in this circumstance?
Well, when you look at the Olympic Games, for example, there's an Olympic Games starting in just a couple of weeks. You know, a lot of us are not really aware of, but they're getting ready to start in a couple of weeks. And what you described is the exact problem that I have with the Olympic brand right now, and that you want to believe in the Olympic brand. At the opening ceremonies, you see the athletes marching around the track. You see them letting the pigeons loose. Everything is peace and world peace and high-level performance from the best people from all over the earth. And it just breaks my heart personally to see that not only 2008, but 2012 and 2016, that they're going back and retroactively have probably 60 or 80 different medal winners. Yeah. And it's done years after the fact. To me, it's a slap in the face for people, my friends and my colleagues that competed free. And it's just hard for us to deal with. And which is the reason why I really was so hard on the Russians or whoever it may be. It wasn't just about Russian. It had nothing to do with politics. It just happened to be that they pulled one of the most corrupt tricks in the history of broaching the integrity of the Olympic Games in Sochi and got caught at it. So to me, it doesn't matter whether it's the smallest country in the world or any country in the world. It's the principle. And it's the principle, and that really, to me, is very damaging, because that's where my personal credibility has started from winning in the Olympic Games and being and remaining a champion for 40 plus years now, since I was 2 years old.
I used to say I'm a lawyer since I was 6, but you got me down. And Lila, since we are talking about lessons, learning lessons from the past, what lessons can the U.S. learn from the regulatory experience in terms of sports betting from Europe?
I think what we have seen from our global experience is that you really have to start preventing any manipulation. So you have really, especially as a sports organization, you have to educate your players, your athletes, you have to educate the officials about the risk of being approached by match fixer. So we have seen so many cases where young players were approached by match fixers. They gave them $2,000 or something like that for fixing a game, for losing intentionally. And then these naive players took that money, fixed the game so the team lost. And these fixers, they just moved on and they placed bets on the outcome of this game on the international betting market somewhere in Asia. And they made millions out of that with one single game being fixed. So what happens is that they cannot be, or it's very difficult to catch them. So for them, it's easy to go just to the next player and approach the next athlete and get them involved in match fixing. But then if a sport organization recognized that, for example, through a report that's coming from us, they would, of course, then sanction that player for life from playing, from being on the field, etc. So the career is over, their lives are destroyed, they don't know what to do with themselves anymore. But the fixers, they have most of the times no consequences. And that's why we work closely with our league partners and really educating the young players, educating also professional players officials of the clubs and leagues on how that happens, and showing them case studies that only because the player earns a good salary doesn't mean that he cannot be approached, because these match fixers, they sometimes find weaknesses about certain athletes. They know which athlete likes to gamble and all these things. So I think at the end of the day, education to prevent that match fixing happens is really key in that fight.
I agree. So do I. So do you. And Casey, there is no doubt that the most vulnerable participant in the game is the player, especially if that player does not receive his wage for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even 9 months. Regrettably, I know what I'm talking about because I was the CEO of a league for more than 6 years, and I led all the European leagues for a dozen years. So this is a tragic reality that I know from my days in these roles. This is not the case in the US, especially in the NFL, thank God. But the importance of education and training of athletes cannot be underestimated. What will you do, or what are you doing exactly in this field?
Doing a lot of things. Like I said, one is we're working with the other players' associations, not only domestically, but worldwide. We hosted the WPA, which was the World Players Association, at our office about a month ago. It was in December, and we were representatives from over 42 different leagues and on the Players Association side. So we're trying to learn not only from our domestic counterparts, the MLBPA, the NBPA, the NHLPA, the WNBPA, but also internationally, because I think that's where, as we all know, that's where betting has been regulated. And so that's the first thing, is working with other PAs and other players' associations. The second thing is getting in front of our players and talking to our players. And so it starts with, well, how do you feel about sports betting, right? Because like I said, they have such a diverse, we have such a diverse membership that some players are going to oppose betting on ethical or moral or religious grounds. We need to take that into consideration. And the third thing is, after we get in front of our players, is, like we've been talking about, educate them. And we've begun those efforts. We're going to continue those efforts. And that happens whether PASPA is overturned or not. If PASPA is overturned, of course, we're going to see this market frenzy, as everyone predicts. And I think with that comes some additional risks. So NFL players are prevented from not only betting legally, but entering a sports book during the NFL season. So they literally, we were talking this morning, literally walking through a casino, if they were to step to the left during the NFL season and walk into a sports book, they are subject to disciplinary action by the NFL. With sports books popping up in 32 states as predicted, there's going to be a lot more sports books. Those are landmines for our players. So educating them on what's going to happen if sports betting is legalized. And frankly, working with other organizations and developing a plan. That's kind of the fourth pillar, is learning from the experts.
Yeah. And I guess that my colleagues at ICSS are taking note of this, because it's a field where we have accumulated vast and deep experience, so we're glad to be part of that united front that you were talking about. I have been involved in sports betting and regulations since 2002, and I witnessed all the cycles. First cycle is the cycle of denial. Denial because they ignore the problem does not exist, or because they want to create the perception that there is no problem at all, fearing that this will damage their market value. Big mistake. Then the other cycle is, yes, we acknowledge the problem exists, but we don't know what to do. So I've seen sports executives and politicians repeating sound bites without the slightest idea about what would be the direction of travel and what should be done. Third, yes, we acknowledge the problem exists. Yes, we want to take action, but we lack global leadership, coordinated, concerted action. And this is where we are now. We see the Council of Europe with an international convention who has not yet been translated into concrete, meaningful action at state level in Europe. So I think this opportunity that you now have in the US, having a blank piece of paper, starting everything from scratch, learning from Europe's and other regions' mistakes, is priceless. I encourage you to not to ignore the difficulty of the challenge, but to face it with strong resolve and optimism. This is a great country at all levels, including sport. But for that, when we talk about global leadership, obviously in the financial front, this is even more serious. Would the World Bank, Anders, even in line with a message and an appeal and an attempt that was initiated some time ago by David Cameron when he was Prime Minister in the UK, would the World Bank be willing to unite sport, to join sport in a united front, providing its expertise, guidance, leadership, so that sport, who does not have the means, who does not have the jurisdictions or the authority to tackle problems which are not sporting problems, would you be willing, would you be able, do you see this is possible, to join a coalition of like-minded organizations represented, or now represented by SIGA, and here in this room we have many members of SIGA, the McCain Institute, Luna Global, US Safe Sport, and many others. There is a role for the World Bank. Is the World Bank willing to play?
Absolutely. We have gained a lot of experience around the world on how to fight these types of issues that can be beneficial to sports as well. So you mentioned, for example, players not being paid. You know what? Same thing happened with a situation recently. So what happened in response was it was required that there was established an automatic payment through an independent third party. So you cannot just say, I'm not going to give you the cash. So there are solutions out there in many different areas, and there's no need for sports to invent its own solutions, but take what's already there that's proven to work. And another powerful example is, we're talking about how do we get to doping and so on, and other crimes. The thing is, people usually know. It's not a secret, you just have to talk to the right people. So I recently went to a country in Asia, and this was in connection with some procurement, so it's a different issue, but the principle is the same. I said, well, this looks iffy. What happened? Why did this company not bid? Well, you know, there was a guy who tried to deliver the bid, but he was physically held back by his competitors, so he showed up 5 minutes late, it was not accepted, and he threatened to commit suicide, right? If you ask, you will get the information. You don't have to be a detective, you don't have to be necessarily very close, but you will have to want to ask. So there are a number of lessons like this that can be applied to sports as well. Take, for example, again, doping. Somebody's probably making money on this. Are they telling the tax man, no? Okay, well then follow the money, and if it hasn't been declared, at least you can have that action, right? So there are a lot of different thinking you can apply depending on the politics and other issues.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'll be at your door.
Accepted.
Edwin, we'll close with you. I'm joking. I'm flying back to Europe tonight, but anyway, I know where you are. Edwin, I'm not talking with the man and with the champion, but also with the chairman of the board of USADA. And I'm talking to you as father of three children who love sport, who compete. One of them may become pro, has talents. But the reality is that they are under severe pressure. They are pressured by society, they are pressured by television, they are pressured at university, they are pressured to be the best, to run faster, to score more goals. And like them, many other millions of kids around the world. And that is how you succumb to the temptation of getting artificial substance in your body to perform higher. What would be your advice? Talking to these kids. And also, what would be your advice to their parents, to their mothers, to their fathers, who don't know what they are consuming, who see them taking substance that it's their coach or the doctor in their club that gave them? How can these people be well informed and protected, even against unintentional use of illicit substance?
I'll give you a real live scenario that my son brought to me, and he plays volleyball, but this had nothing to do with sports. It had nothing to do with sports. I guess it was his senior year, junior year, when you take the SAT exam. And so all the kids get together, and I was enlightened because I had no idea. He said, "Dad, these kids are taking Adderall and ADD drugs, preparing for the test. Someone has the answers, and they've got a cheat sheet." And he said, "What am I going to do? I got to take the test at the same time and at the same place these people do." And I said, the way I look at it is that, do you really want to put yourself in a situation where if you had answers, or if you decided to take these ADHD drugs, which he didn't, I said, what if you got caught? Or say you're taking a test for the medical exam, the MCAT, and you get one shot, and if you get caught, you'll never be a doctor. Your reputation is going to get ruined. Or the SAT, you're never going to probably be able to go to a college. And then I told him, as a parent, the only position I can take, and what I'll tell you is that, are you willing to risk everything and take a chance on doing something wrong? Or do you just go in with what you've got, knowing that you're the best, that you're prepared, and get whatever grade, do as well as you're going to do? And I told him that's the answer. And that's how I approach it. And it's the same when it comes to using drugs in sports. It's the same types of pressure. Wanting to attain or maintain a professional job, there's a lot of people who feel that I need to put on 30 pounds, or I need to make some changes, I need to lose weight, put on weight, cut weight, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, there's a tremendous amount of pressure that comes from coaches, trainers, parents, people that hang around gyms. There's a tremendous amount of information you can get online about different substance protocols and whatnot. So
and how
the
cooperation with ICSS and the tools that are being developed and the apps that are being developed can help that?
What we try to do, and our new partnership, the Global GRO and USADA, what we try to do is just give the information. One of the most heartbreaking scenarios that I see today as chairman, and I don't get involved in all the day-to-day drug tests and knowing who's testing positive, but the heartbreaking cases are the people that get caught with supplements, inadvertent use of supplements. And we know, and we've done enough research to know that these compounds are made in bathtubs. People with a big wooden stirrer. They're made offline. Many of them are made in places where there have been dangerous or prohibitive drugs on the same tables. And so we try to inform that if you go that route, you're taking your own chance. And to me, it's heartbreaking when I get a call from Travis, or I see the reports and see how many athletes are having to serve penalties for something that they could have prevented, and other than the rules, really don't deserve to be banned for 2 or 3 or 4 years, but we have to follow the rules.
Excellent.
That's hard.
Good luck with that. Thank you very much for joining us here on stage. To you, thanks for your attention. I believe that you have plenty of curiosity and would like to expand further this discussion. I would love to give you the floor. Unfortunately, I was given that signal, which means that someone has a throat problem. But I believe the time is off, time is out. Thank you very much, and I wish you a pleasant discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Emmanuel, thank you for you and the distinguished panelists for such an important discussion. We really do appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to shuffle the agenda one more time. We got word that Mr. Mutombo's flight is a little bit delayed, so we're going to jump right in to our next panel, Protecting Our Youth in Sport. So if we could ask Michael Hirschman and all of the panelists to please come forward. we'll get you mic'd up and we'll just jump right into this discussion. All right, everybody, thank you very much. And we keep rolling and have another excellent panel lined up. Let me turn to our moderator, who you heard from earlier, Michael Hirschman, the CEO of the ICSS Group, who will be leading the discussion in the Protecting Our Youth in Sport panel. And I should also add that Michael, of course, is a good friend of the Chamber and a member of our board of directors. With that, Michael, we'll turn to you and your esteemed group of panelists.
Thank you all very much. Well, the title of this panel is Safeguarding the Integrity of Sport. Sounds like, to me at least, not an easy task. But let me first introduce briefly our panelists, because I don't want to take a lot of time. And each of you have such extensive backgrounds and experiences. I could speak for the next 30 minutes alone on what you have accomplished. So let's begin by my introducing Sherry Foll. Shelley is the CEO of the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, but until recently a Washingtonian who served as executive director of the President's Council on Physical Fitness. We also have with us Ernie Allen, who I've had the privilege to work with in the past. Ernie is the former president and CEO of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Although Ernie left that role 5 years ago, he's continued his work in this area. And I think just saying he's the former president doesn't really give him the justice he's deserved. He spent 28 years building that organization into the dynamic institution that it is today, helping children around the world who are victims. And then we have Ruth Poyman, whose middle name is Freedom. Very interesting and significant to this particular panel, who's the senior advisor of the Office of the Special Representative and coordinating for combating trafficking in human beings for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and that is a mouthful. And last but not least, Marcos Diaz, the Deputy Minister of Sport of the Dominican Republic, who also, by the way, is in the Swimming Hall of Fame, a former professional athlete. Welcome, Marcos. So look, almost every panel so far has ended, at least the moderator had ended it, by saying, we're running out of time. I'm going to start our panel by asking whether we're running out of time, because we're talking about the essential purity of sport and how it affects and impacts our children, whether it has to do with abuse, whether it has to do with trafficking or exploitation. And Shelley, I want to start with you. So we've got doping in sport. We've got match fixing in sport. We have fan violence in sport. But sexual abuse of children, abuse of trust by coaches, by team doctors, is there anything that could impact the reputation of sport more than these sorts of scandals?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And thanks to ICSS and the Chamber and the McCain Institute for hosting today, for sponsoring. Yeah, it's when you look at the scope of what we've been talking about today, and especially the last panel and all the things that we're being faced with, you asked if time is running out. I guess I would turn it and say the time is now. I mean, the time is now for us to be addressing these issues. Certainly for us here in America, if you've been on the ground for more than about 5 minutes, you're probably seeing media around the gymnastics case and of the former USA Gymnastics doctor. But you know, it's not just gymnastics. It's prevalent in, I would say, all sports. And for those of you that haven't seen it or haven't paid attention, wherever you may live, either here or around the world, I would tell you that it's there. And so while I wish our organization, the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, didn't need to exist, unfortunately, we do. And I'm very proud and glad that we do. We were created by the U.S. Olympic Committee. We're an independent organization with an independent board of directors. We do education around not only sexual abuse, but bullying, harassment, hazing, physical and emotional misconduct and abuse as well. And in addition to that, we also have the exclusive authority to investigate every report of sexual misconduct for the U.S. Olympic Committee and all of the national governing bodies of Olympic sport here in America. So we take that very seriously. We've been in existence for less than a year, and we are passionate and vigorous as we move forward and work to protect athletes and really make athlete well-being the centerpiece of sport in America.
Shelley, I asked you this question, or perhaps I didn't ask you this question, but I mentioned this to you yesterday. Pending in Congress is legislation right now that would establish a law requiring that in sports, and particularly Olympic sports, any evidence, any allegation of sexual abuse must be reported to law enforcement. Why would we need a law like that? Isn't it common sense?
Yeah, and I think part of the issue is, and in our country, if you're a teacher, in most states, and this is where things get hazy, but not in every state, but in most states, you have to be a mandatory reporter, and others, and Ernie probably knows this a lot better than I do. But in the sports world, it's not as clear. And while it might make perfect sense that if you see something, you should say something, unfortunately, that's not always the way it is. So the bill that we have that is in Congress, Senate Bill 534, that is passed the Senate, is over on the House side now, would call for all adults within the again, the Olympic and Paralympic movements to become mandatory reporters, and not only they have to report to law enforcement, but they have to report to the center as well. We are also mandatory reporters, so we will help and have helped individuals if they don't know who to report to, who is the law enforcement jurisdiction. We will help them do that. We will follow up and kind of close the loop there. We work very closely with law enforcement so that law enforcement can do their job, and then we conduct our own investigation that is looking at, did someone breach the Safe Sport Code of Conduct? And on our website, which is safesport.org, we have a whole Safe Sport Code of Conduct. Please take it and share with those that might be looking to create such policies where you are.
Well, Shelley, I hope that every country follows what we're doing here in the United States, creating a center to help protect children from abuse by coaches and others, other mentors. Now, Ernie, you, over the course of your career, have probably seen every possible type of child exploitation and trafficking. Do you have a sense for how prevalent these issues are in sports?
It's very difficult, Michael, because in the first place, the vast majority of the victims don't tell anybody. These are hidden victims. And when they do tell, most organizations' reaction is, we need to deal with this quietly and make it go away so that it doesn't damage the organization and its reputation. So you begin with the sense that these are hidden victims. What we know, for example, as it relates to the larger issue of human trafficking, the Global Slavery Index just reported nearly 46 million human beings on the planet today are victims of slavery. Now that includes forced labor, includes debt bonding, and it includes sexual exploitation. At least 5 million human beings on the planet today are victims of commercial sexual exploitation. So this is a massive and underappreciated problem for which not nearly enough is being done. Let me say in response to what Shelley just said, is I think what sports are now doing is incredibly hopeful and incredibly positive, because no one should be shocked that a youth sports coach would sexually abuse a child, or that a pediatrician would sexually abuse a child, or that a school teacher, or that a family member, or a neighbor. There's what we've called for many years, my friends at NCMEC know, called for many years the myth of the stranger. Overwhelmingly, the people who are preying upon our children are not strangers in the eye and the mind of the child. They're people known to the child, people trusted by the child. They're people who seek legitimate access to the child. And the numbers of potential offenders are staggering. For example, the leading authority on pedophilia in the world today is a Canadian researcher named Dr. Michael Cito. Dr. Cito says that conservatively, 1% of the male population is affected by pedophilia interest, the interest in prepubescent children, and 3% by hebephilia, the interest in early pubescent children. If you do the math, there are 3.5 billion males on the planet today. 1% is 35 million people. So we're not talking about a few aberrant individuals. We're talking about a huge potential population who are sexually interested and attracted to children. And that's why the world of sport needs to be vigilant and prepared and acknowledge that this is not only a possibility, but the reality is it's likely that you're going to have to deal with it at some point.
Well, Ernie, at ICSS, we have studied this issue and investigated this issue, both in terms of sexual abuse and trafficking and slavery for some time now. And we've come to the conclusion, as many of us have, that not enough is being done. And so we've created a global hotline, as Shelley knows, to have people report abuses in sports. But would it surprise you to learn that we calculate last year in Africa alone that 15,000 young people, children ages 10, 11, 12, maybe 13, were taken out of Africa by phony sports agents, promising them a pot of gold, promising their parents fame and riches, to bring them into Europe, to train them as professional athletes, all often in what they call football, what we call soccer. Does that number surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me, and frankly, I suspect it's low. Because again, we're dealing with, they're not hard, firm data. My friend Maurice Middleburg is here, who's one of the world's leading authorities on these issues. And what he will tell you is that conservatively, human trafficking, modern slavery, is estimated to be a $150 billion a year industry. And the sum total of all government appropriations on the planet to confront it is 127 million with an M. So it's not a fair fight. And what it means is that we've got to be more vigilant, we've got to be more aware. Some recent research in East Africa estimated that only 1 in 20 children who are the victims of sexual abuse tell anybody. And that's because of shame, because of fear, because of all of these other factors. So doing what ICSS is doing is, I think, making a difference on a global basis, because this is not a problem that is unique to any country. A lot of Americans think, for example, human trafficking only happens somewhere else on the other side of the world. And what we have learned is that it happens here, not just from children brought into the United States for that purpose. The reason that there's such interest of trafficking in those children today is economic. For the trafficker, it's low risk, it's enormously profitable, and it's easy to do. So we've got to increase the risk and eliminate the profitability.
Ruth, here in the United States, I've noticed that within the last 5 years, the issue of human trafficking has become more pronounced. Is it the same where you're working in Europe? What are the Europeans doing to fight this problem?
First of all, like a few other people, I want to thank you and the ICSS for inviting me, the McCain Institute, who I've worked with and admired for a long time, and the Save the Dream organization. And I think that's a really great title because it's really about stolen dreams of children and youth that we're talking about here. In terms of, I also have to just explain the long title, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe is the world's largest regional security organization, spanning from Vancouver to Vladivostok. It includes the US and Canada, all of Europe, Turkey, the former Soviet Union, and Mongolia, and we also have partners for cooperation, which include Northern Africa and parts of Asia. So we deal with 70 plus countries, and we really do. And I can just say that this is a problem everywhere. And I was talking to Emmanuel earlier and last night that I think the first thing is that everyone should admit that it can happen in any country, in any community, in any business, in any mega sporting event. It can also sadly happen through people you know, as Ernie has said.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned major sporting events, because it seems to me that major sporting events serve as a magnet for those that are interested in abusing women, abusing children. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, as Ernie said, human trafficking is a business. Right now, it's the prosecutions are very low. The identified victims are very low for the reasons Ernie has already outlined. And sports is also a big business, especially the mega sporting events. So there are, you've already mentioned the West African children who are being trafficked, Michael, and there are many other examples out there. The first case that I came across was with the 2004 Athens Olympics, and there was a 93% increase in child sex trafficking around these events. There was a huge amount of child begging. There's a big problem of especially Roma children, which are an ostracized minority in Europe, being trafficked for begging, often by their own communities, to make money. There are camel races in UAE where there were children as young as 5 being trained to be camel jockeys to run in races, because the lighter the jockey is, the faster the camels will go. There were in leading up to the Tokyo Olympics in 2020 right now, because Japan doesn't hire low-skilled workers, there are interns being brought into the country who are not paid and who don't have, basically the employers are making profits because they don't want foreign workers, so they're bringing interns in who are not paid or very low paid. Then one of the two countries that I deal with most are Azerbaijan and Russia in this regard. In Azerbaijan, leading up to the European Games in 2015, there was a case, alleged case of hundreds of workers coming from the Balkans to build different sporting infrastructure. And by the way, our organization was kicked out of the country in the lead up to these games because we also work on human rights issues. And there is a prosecution going on in one of the countries of origin where the workers came from, who are often young men. And the case came to light because 3 of them died. And there is an indictment on 15 counts, including 3 of money laundering. And in the Russian Federation, where I was earlier this year, where the Deputy Minister of Interior said, we don't have this problem, They're leading up to the World Cup next year, and though there are positive developments in terms of joint inspections, there have been worker deaths, and the inspections that are going on in Russia are announced, so it's very hard for the trade unions and the joint teams going to inspect the sites to see any problems, and some of the courageous people who are trying to look into the issues in Russia have been arrested, and I'm sure Minky Warden here can talk more about that later. So it's a hugely profitable. There's also in the US have been allegations around the Super Bowl, including US citizens, sex trafficking around big mega sporting events in the US. And it's a hugely, fans and spectators and coaches can be involved in this as well. My own brother is one of these kids that you've described. He was raped by his coach, and he never told us until he was, well into his adulthood. So this really can happen anywhere, and I think the bigger the events are, the more likely it is to happen, because these are of a temporary nature. Often workers go to other countries or athletes go to other countries, and if things are hidden in your own community, they can become even more hidden when you go to another country where you also have fears of retaliation or deportation, depending what your situation is.
As an experiment, ICSS during the World Cup in Brazil released an app in conjunction with UNESCO that allowed fans to report any sightings they had of abuse of children, and including violence against them, but including their prostitution and drug selling. We got thousands of reports. Unfortunately, in some jurisdictions, it's a little difficult to get the police to respond because of other priorities, or frankly, sometimes simply because of apathy. But Marcos, I think it might be unfair. It may be unfair for me to say that you and the Dominican Republic are ground zero in this hemisphere in terms of human trafficking. That may be an overstatement, but you certainly have a serious problem there. Tell us your experiences.
Yes, first of all, Michael, thank you very much. ICSS for the invitation, and to all the sponsors and organizers. This is an incredibly important matter because, as it was said in the beginning, it all comes to one of the speeches, opening speeches, that sports is a $1 trillion industry. It becomes with full package. That means situations, problems, challenges. And this is a global challenge that reflects and impacts in different ways depending on the regions and the countries. For an undeveloped country, that industry, to become a professional athlete, it might be the focus of families to get rid of poverty. So for example, in a South American country, to go to the European League of Football or Soccer is a matter of, we need one of my kids to become a professional player to get out of poverty. In our country, for example, as well as some others baseball playing countries, a kid will prefer, or a parent will prefer for him to go to play baseball to try to make it to the Major League Baseball in the United States. And when we see the sports as an industry, it means that in order to make successful in the business, we need the champions. And today we know to get a champion, we need the talent. We have to focus on the youth. And in countries that had not such a strong institutions, for example, to put an example, in order to make it to a professional league in the United States, you come from college because the structure is based on education. They do sports in high school. They don't do sports as the rest of Latin America, that we have a structure of sports separate from high school, separate from education, and you may have a kid picked at 12 years old, put it into an academy, okay, to see if they can make it to train them, to feed them. By that time, society sees a champion that might be 1%, less than 1% out of how many came into those academies to be trained as talent to maybe come to the United States as a Major League Baseball player. So the situation is, where do we have the victim here? For our country today, we're measuring that out of the 100%, only 4% gets in those academies. And out of the 4% being the universe, less than 1% make it to the US. Not to the Major League, under the Major League. But still there's a dream of a family to have one kid there, and that means there's an unregulated market of coaches, okay, betting on bringing those kids. In the end, most of them don't make it to the US. What do we have in our countries? We don't have a kid that is going to go back to school because they didn't even finish 7th grade. We have a kid that's spent his youth under those academies, and he's out where is going to be the non-good things in society. So that situation happens in our country and reflects to other countries, and there is the link in between that sports industry, Europe, the football, some other places, other sports, to North America for baseball, to Central America, Caribbean countries, and South America wanting to play in the Spanish League, European leagues of football. That is a very challenge for authorities, governmental authorities, because somehow the sports movement started in our countries organized differently than what we're supposed to do right now. And one of the biggest challenges is that our sports movements, different like the US, started promoting the creation of clubs. And X amount of clubs becomes an association. And X amounts of association becomes a federation. And that's linked to sports. So where is education and sports? In our country is totally separate. There's a big gap. And our challenge right now is actually making sure we're able to reconnect. And the challenge is so big because those structures somehow in our countries became with a lot of influence, because they could be loud in the press, in the media, and somehow linked also to political issues. So somehow governments in the past were even financing that.
Are you working with Major League Baseball in this country to try to deal with this issue?
Not only Major League Baseball, but more abroad. Right now we have the honor to chair the American Council of Sports, which is the organization that brings together all the Ministry of Sports of the Americas. And priority is basically making sure policies in our region are able to get to change in order to overcome those challenges. Of course, domestically, nationally, yes, we are in talk with Major League Baseball. They're very open. For example, we are the country that hosts all the academies of the region. Somehow we end up being very proud of that, but now we see it as an opportunity to overcome the situations we have.
Thank
you. It really needs empowerment of the public-private sector to understand that those events might have some impacts that are not that good in a lower level.
Thank you, Marcus. Shelley, before I ask you the next question, I've got a commercial announcement somewhat. Right now, pending before Congress is authorization for funding for the center. I want to urge all of you to support this legislation and funding through your local congressman and or senator, because it's critically important for the future of children in sport in this country. Now, Shelley, if a child is abused, it's not only that child that's the victim, it's the parents. I had 4 young sons, they used to be young. Like me, they've grown older. But all 4 played, and in fact, I may have seeded the audience, and maybe 1 or 2 of my sons out there somewhere. But so There's nothing worse than being a parent of a child who entrusted that child to the care of a coach or a doctor and had that child abused. What advice can you give to the parents?
Yeah, oh, thanks for that question. And thanks for the plug on the bill too. That's awesome. So yeah, I mean, anybody that has known me for more than 2 minutes, I often talk about how we need to do more to educate parents, to make parents aware, really to empower parents, as well as the athletes themselves. I don't know about you, but I can't listen to one more athlete say, I didn't know I was being abused, right? My heart breaks a little bit more every time I hear that. We've got to do better. And so educating athletes in an age-appropriate way, right? The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and others do an awesome job at this. So we're partnering with folks like them and others to make sure that we're educating athletes in the right way, but also that we're empowering parents with the right information. So if parents showed up to sign up their child for gymnastics or soccer or volleyball, whatever it is, if they were asking the right questions, starting with, have all the coaches and volunteers had a background check? Let's just start there. We know that that's not foolproof, but that's the start. What safe sport-like policies do you have in place to protect my child, right? If something happens, who do I go to? Do I know where to go to file a report or to ask for an investigation or whatever? But getting upstream is where we need to be. We need to do more on prevention. And that, again, is with the young athletes, the athletes young of all ages, quite honestly, the athletes themselves, as well as the parents, and empowering them with the right information, the right knowledge, the right understanding, the right to own their own body, and not be afraid to say something. And that's becoming, as we've been talking about, that culture
Speak up.
Of not wanting to come forward because I won't make the team, or no one will believe me, or because of shame, whatever that is. We've got to do more collectively. All of us have to do more to change that culture, to make it okay to step forward and to say something. And the bill that you spoke about, the Safe Sport Code of Conduct, is very clear on anti-retaliation. But we still need to work together to create a culture where that is okay.
Thank you, Shelley. I don't want to say we're running out of time, but we're getting short on time.
Yeah.
A quick question. Ernie, you have worked for years with governments, with leaders on this issue of slavery. Mm-hmm. But now you've raised the stakes. Now you're working with the Pope. Tell us about that.
Well, I mean, the Holy Father, Pope Francis, hosted a World Congress called Child Dignity in the Digital World that was held in Rome in October. People came from all over the world, multi-faiths, religious, scientific leaders, and he delivered a powerful message, and the goal is to mobilize all sectors of society to take action in every country and in every culture, and to mobilize people of multiple faiths. So this is not just a Catholic problem, just as it is not just a problem in sport. It is a societal problem, a cultural problem, and he, with all of the challenges that the Catholic Church has faced in this area, has decided that it's time to uncircle the wagons and lead, to bring people together to try to develop global solutions. I think it's very encouraging. Anybody who wants a copy of the Pope's speech, give me your business card and I'll send it to you.
I love that. That's what we're here about, uncircling the wagons, isn't it? Let's see if we have time for one or maybe two questions. Yes.
It's an
Ruth,
issue that's
did you
essentially
get
being
that, the
ignored.
essence of that? Would you like to respond?
I mentioned it in my first round, but in terms of Russia and Japan, also there's been child labor, by the way, in merchandising goods, manufacture around sporting goods and so forth. But I would say that the likelihood of workers or athletes being exploited or victimized in mega sporting events is in direct proportion to the labor laws and sometimes migration laws in a country. And because mega sporting events are kind of like a gold rush because of the temporary nature of these events, companies who are in the supply chains, big companies who are contractors in construction or manufacture goods, everything goes very fast, and the likelihood of getting caught is even lower, or having anyone monitor compliance is even lower in these processes than is normal. And there are many things that can be done. I always think that prevention is the most important thing. The first thing, as I already said, is to admit it can happen. Governments and companies have responsibility. There's a whole international framework around this, but just to, I think it's very important in these situations is to acknowledge this is happening, that there should be, as you have ICSS already, you already mentioned ICSS already set up a global hotline. I think that accessing, you have to on one level do top down, you have to have governments put in place measures so there's zero tolerance of human rights abuses and human trafficking, child trafficking around sports. You have to do everything to address discrimination in all its forms, whether it's women being able to play in places where women can't, LGBTI, on religious grounds, anything like this. You've got to have grievance mechanisms that are trusted and work. One of the things that Ernie mentioned about trust is I've seen in so many cases children already become cynical at a young age because they see, for example, that even their school volleyball match against another volleyball team in another school was fixed by judges. And there's, it's all connected. There's corruption already at the lowest level in the schools and sports and schools. And so they see a normalization of corruption, a lack of legitimacy of power, and there's a lack of trust. And so you have to have governments who say, enough is enough. If we have zero tolerance, we're not going to give, when we put a bid out for a construction tender, or merchandising goods, in the contract it says you have to uphold human rights, and you have to ensure that there's including no human trafficking in this.
So look, when I started the conversation, I asked whether we were out of time. Is it too late to help save the integrity of the sport? These folks sitting out here prove that it's not. These are champions in the fight against child abuse, in the fight against slavery, in the fight against exploitation and trafficking. And with people like this, there's always hope. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Michael, again, thank you, and your panelists, another round of applause for a great panel. We're going to do a couple of quick logistical changes here, and then we'll be moving right in to the panel with Mr. Mutombo and Mrs. Harvey. So bear with us for just a minute for some changes, and we'll be right here. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have everybody return to their seat, we're going to continue on with their program. We'd like to give a warm welcome to our next moderator. We would like to ask everybody if you could please return to your seats, and we're going to turn it over to our moderator, Megan Latkovich, the Strategic Advisor at the McCain Institute for International Leadership. She'll be leading the discussion. Megan?
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for having me. As a college athlete, it's kind of impressive to be on stage with these two. And while they need no introduction, I will talk about them briefly. Mary Harvey, all the way to my left, is an Olympic gold medalist, a World Cup champion, a longtime advocate of women's issues and inclusion in sport. Also now serves as a special advisor to the 2026 bid.
Yes.
And this short gentleman right here, Dikembe Mutombo, NBA legend, president and co-founder of the Dikembe Mutombo Foundation, as well as an NBA Care ambassador, sits on the board of Special Olympics and UNICEF. So Dikembe and I have also traveled quite a bit together. Little bit. Huge fans of both of you. So today we're here to talk about protecting children through sports. You two have both been athletes. You've been ambassadors. You've worked in private partnerships. Can we start talking as athletes, how important you believe that sports are in protecting today's youth?
You want to go? No, you
okay.
take it.
First, I want to say thank you for having me here. It was not easy to get me here today, but I apologize for the changing of our panels. But it's very important today in our society to do whatever it will take as an athlete or former athlete to protect the next generation. I think that's something I'm doing, something I'm becoming a big advocate for. I want to do whatever it will take to make sure that the future generation are very protected. There's so many things that is happening. I would love to discuss more in detail.
Yeah, for me, I'm so grateful that I had a chance to come from a background of the fabulous U.S. women's team. And one of the things that we have a culture of doing is leaving the next generation a situation that's better than the one we found it. And I think as athletes, perhaps as parents now, we feel that obligation to leave a better place for athletes that come after us. And those are kids. So whatever role we have to play, given our experience having been athletes, we're important to holding people accountable, particularly the governance of sport accountable for the safeguarding of its young athletes.
And both of you travel quite a bit in your roles. I know we were just talking off stage. Dikembe, if you could talk for a minute about when you travel to these different clinics around the countries, what you're seeing with recruiters and coaches with young athletes, where many parents feel they're putting their children into sports, which is a safe environment, but in all actuality, in some situations, it's not.
It's not, especially as being a coach in the AAU, which is a part of the basketball league that encourage our young people to play the game during the weekend. It's becoming very difficult for we as a coaches and a mentor to just advise our young people how to stay away from those who are trying to take them away from us. And you see now young boys and girls are being recruited from junior high school and high school from 9th grade, 8th grade. We have somebody coming and passing them tennis shoes or sweater or something that will make the kids feel like he's been giving a box of candy and he's happy with it. And the kids becoming attracted to the person. Next time you know, the person brings somebody something else for the mom and brings something else for the dad. Next time you know, the parents get a car. There's a lot of things going on right now. As I think you guys have been watching what is happening with some of the schools like Louisville, Auburn, some of the coaches that have been getting in trouble lately with the FBI. I think the FBI trying to crack down, and so it's happening, but the problem's still big. It's still big. Kids are getting in school today because they've been getting recruited from youngest age, and I don't know what it will take for us as a society to do that. As the great proverb say in Africa, when there's a problem facing one part of the society, it's becoming a responsibility of each one of us. And I think this problem is not just young people, it's also becoming an adult problem. So it's up to us, those who are in the room, those who are in the sport, those who are doing politics, and those who are doing policing, for us to come together to make sure that we end it.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself.
I will say
No,
in
it
our
is.
work with the Sports Integrity Global Alliance, they really are making a push to get the major league teams to focus on setting limits when they recruit athletes. And so they're not going after the younger athletes, they're going athletes that have gone through school and are in a developmental league, as opposed to trying to encourage these agents that are going in, these recruiters that are going into these small villages and towns to recruit these kids, and these parents feel like they're setting them up for a better life, when in actuality they're setting them up to be trafficked in Asia and Eastern Europe.
Yeah. Well, and in the sport that I come from, soccer, its global imprint is enormous, right? It's in every country in the world, and you know, it's become everybody's looking for new talent. So your favorite team, Manchester United, recruits all over the world, right?
Yes.
Looking for young talent, and they're not unique. Ajax, Manchester City, your big rival, and others are all looking for the next Messi, you know, when he's 12 years old or 13 years old. So, you know, these are children. I mean, these are minors. And so I think in general, and this goes, I'm going to pull back for a minute, I think what we're seeing in 2018, 2016, 2017, 2018 is a movement of sports and the human rights movement converging. And this, we're here for a variety of reasons, most of them not good things that have happened, but as a result of that, stakeholders on the human rights side of things, sponsors even who've been reticent to get involved, people are coming off the sidelines and saying, we got to do something about this. So as a result, you start to see a movement of human rights stakeholders and sports governance starting to talk about human rights and how you can use and embed human rights into putting on, and it's already been mentioned often today, mega sporting events. So how do you embed human rights into sports from a governance standpoint and also from a bidding standpoint? So we're starting to see this happen more and more, and as a result, there's a ripple effect. So you might be talking about building stadiums, but while you're talking about building stadiums, you have perhaps a group of human rights advisors who are helping you with that piece, or how you procure, right, for mega sporting events. But then it starts to pretty quickly get into, okay, so now let's talk about safeguarding of children, as governance of sport needs to also do. So you're seeing human rights proliferate into various areas of sport and sports governance. It's starting now as mega sporting events, but it's going to trickle into other areas as well.
Can I just add a few things? It's been observed from so many former athletes and coaches that the only thing we are trying to implement, that we are not trying to stop those who are recruiting our young people from Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia, and America. Our thing is we just have to make sure those young people continue to have access to education. That is very important. Education remaining the key. Without education, our children will perish in society. It's good to play sport. It's good to pursue your dream. It's good to have hope and to visualize yourself one day you can become Dikembe Mutombo. But what happened to you? What happened to you when you don't get a chance to play 18 years like I did, or to play maybe 4 years, which is the average of professional career today in the NBA? Where's that kid is going in the age of 24 or the age of 22? Where is he falling on in society when he doesn't have a high school diploma, when he doesn't have a college diploma? Those are the things that the NBA is fighting for, FIFA staff fighting for, we as a former athlete, and we are fighting for to make sure that we protect the next generation. I just want them to have some piece of paper at home. I have so many colleagues who have left the US because the kids were so good in soccer and they want to take them to Europe. And when they arrive in Europe, they put the kids in those academies. Kids was not really at school. All they did soccer every day. it was like 1 or 2 days of going to class or learning the basics of French or English. But when the soccer or basketball didn't go good, kids didn't have nothing to fall on. And now they return back in the US, they're having a hard time to put their kids back in college and they're going back to finish high school as well. And I think we need to work on that. We need to continue to debate about it, and talk about it, and come up with some better solution.
Nice. So as we're talking about both of you using your stature and your celebrity to help affect change, let's talk about some of the ways you both have been able to do that. Mary, would you like to talk about the role that you're playing in the United 2026 bid and the change you're making towards human rights in that?
Sure. Who here remembers May 2015? Anything go on CNN, May 2015? FIFA blew up. So for those of, and when it happened, a lot of things changed. And so it was sort of this seminal moment in the governance of the sport of soccer where FIFA had to take a look at itself. And as a result of that, they commissioned John Ruggie to come in and look at how to embed, at the request of FIFA, how to embed human rights into everything that it did. As a result of that, the Ruggie report suggested, among other things, to embed respect for human rights into the next country, or in this case, countries, that want to bid to host the FIFA World Cup. So when the bidding process started for the 2026 World Cup, FIFA released extensive human rights requirements for anybody bidding to host the World Cup for 2026. There are 2 entities bidding for that, and one of them is the United Bid. And for those of you who are wondering what the United Bid is, the United Bid is a 3-country bid of the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And these 3 countries, our 3 countries, are bidding to host the 2026 World Cup. That in and of itself is historic because it's never happened. There's been a co-host between South Korea and Japan in 2002, but a 3-country bid in these 3 countries is unprecedented. It'll also be the largest World Cup, so there's cross-border. It's also the largest World Cup, which will be 48 teams. Congo may qualify, we hope.
We might.
We might?
We lost the opportunity a couple months ago.
I know, it's sad. The
After
women, maybe?
winning the African Cup.
I know, after winning the African Cup, it's sad. So now the bidding organizations have an opportunity to respond to these pretty extensive human rights requirements. I mean, they're historic. No mega sporting event has ever contemplated human rights requirements that are these extensive and these prescriptive. So my role within the United Bid is I'm a special advisor and I'm assisting them with responding to these requirements and then using it as an opportunity to embed human rights not only into the fabric of the event itself and how we would propose to stage it over 3 countries, but also what's the human rights legacy that we have an opportunity to leave for the sport, which has taken a few hits. The sport of soccer's taken a big hit in the last, I'd say 5, 6, 7, 8 years, but also our 3 countries. What is the opportunity there for legacy for us with human rights? No country's perfect. We're not Norway. We're not Myanmar, but we're not Norway. All 3 countries are not Norway. I have to say Norway because if I say Canada, Canada's part of the bid, so that doesn't work. But and also for the cities that are contemplated, right? If we're embedding human rights into things like procurement, right? If that's procurement for the World Cup, couldn't that be procurement for the entire city, for the entire municipality? Couldn't municipalities talk to each other about how to embed procurement into how that process works in different cities associated with the World Cup and beyond that? These are the sorts of things that we're looking at, but it's an action out of chaos, if you will, out of crisis that resulted in this opportunity for us to really do something right by the sport, by our own countries, and by our own cities.
As an NBA Global Ambassador and assistant to the commissioner, one thing we are trying to do in Africa is to register all of the young people who are trying to join the game of basketball. So the NBA have come up with a solution to create a new league for youth, what is called a junior NBA. And then we have created that league in every country, more than 50-some plus countries in the African continent. And we have asked every our young people to go and register. That way we can follow those young people where they are, where they're moving. And we create competition in the continent where kids are competing among each other, and we are coming in every country and selecting the best basketball players in that country. It doesn't matter of your age, if you are 12 or above. And we're taking those kids to Senegal, where the NBA is building more than 12 basketball courts, which we are becoming an NBA, junior NBA basketball academy. We have more than 100 kids who are competing there. And the best of them, we're funding them a scholarship to America, to a different school, and we're bringing them to the US. So every year, we are getting more than 30 to 40 kids in America to come study in a different university and going to different high school here. Right now, we have more than 200-some plus African kids who are competing in American schools, which is great. And another thing, we are trying to make sure every agent who call themselves so-so agent, some of them you have no license. We're making sure that before they go to Africa, before they're trying to get in contact with any kids, they need to be registered, and we have to know where are you taking that kids. Because what we've seen in the last 4 years, so many kids have been sold in America, not just in Europe. It's happening here in the US. So many young African kids have been sold in the different coaches in high school and the different colleges. And those kids who didn't do well when they arrive after their first year or second year, they're getting kicked out from school. Then the agent disappear. They don't have no contact with nobody. They're ending up on the street. And they love becoming miserable. And some of them don't have no paper because when the school kick you up, then you don't have your I-94, and you're done. You don't have no more stature. You're becoming an alien. So we are working on that very hard. And I hope that some of you guys with your organization that you are working on, we all can put a pressure to those bad people and make sure that we come up with a better solution.
Well, I think certainly if you're contemplating, human rights risks presented by mega sporting events, human trafficking is clearly a risk that's associated with it, has historically been associated with it, but also just every day, right? And it's been mentioned earlier by people who work in this field, specifically, the human trafficking problems today. It's enormous. And when we met with the cities one-on-one with each of the host cities who are bidding to host the World Cup, if we're awarded the chance to host, it's 32 cities. We met with each one of them individually, and we asked them to talk about their biggest risks from human rights standpoint. And many of them identified human trafficking as one of the biggest initiatives that they have from a city standpoint, but also one of their biggest challenges. So as a bid now, we look at what's the opportunity now that we have to look at that problem through the lens of what we do from the bid and our activities, and how can we embed protections to the extent that it's possible through the footprint that we have to address some of those risks. And then it's also dealing with the sport. So you have 3 soccer associations who are associated with this sporting event, as it is with any sporting soccer World Cup. You have the soccer association of the country that's involved with it, is what can we do as soccer associations to look at this as well? So it's not necessarily associated with a bid, but it's associated with the sport. And FIFA itself has a human rights advisory panel now, as post 2015, they have a human rights advisory council. And this advisory council, they're heavy hitters. I mean, these are serious human rights people, from SHIFT, from Transparency International, from the sponsors who've had decades at the ILO and so on and so forth. And they have already signaled that we've looked at risks related to construction and a lot of other things that are still risks. But we're going to start to turn our focus now to look at youth players and child safeguarding. So that's a big deal, because the ripple effects of that could be significant.
And I will tell you, the Institute is doing something similar in the United States, where we are attempting to get different large sporting events like the Super Bowl, Indianapolis 500, as well as the RNC and DNC conventions. Any city that is trying to get on the list of cities to host events also has to meet certain human trafficking requirements before they can even go on the list. That is our goal with the certain sports organizations as well, because you have to start at the municipal level and get local involvement in order to fight this.
And capacity building.
And definitely capacity building.
But I think another thing that we didn't mention here, what are we doing with all those sporting companies, sneakers, jersey? I don't want to name them here in this room because we all know them. You go from Nike, Adidas, Puma, Pony.
Thought you weren't going to name them.
Oh yes, maybe I just should name them. I know them, and we all know them. What are we doing about those companies? Are they sitting in a room and discussing about human trafficking and what some of those institutions have done and trying to recruit young people in a younger age? And it's happening. I'm sorry, my friends. This corruption, it will not stop today. Hopefully it will stop on my generation. It's very big. There's so much money up there. And those companies are fighting to get the best athletes that they can, and they're trying to recruit those young men and young girls in the youngest age. And they're finding a way. For some of us who are coaching young people, we can see it, we can smell it from the distance, and we see that every day it's happening. They're using all different tricks that our government cannot even track down what they're doing. It's happening.
But as Mary did say, she said there are sponsors that are forcing some of these organizations to instill better practices. So there are some sponsors out there that really are holding people accountable and affecting change that you're going to get us.
What's interesting is that meeting, one of them is, and I met him, this man named Brent Wilton from Coca-Cola. He was how many years at the ILO? 30? Something like that, 30 years. These are not, this is a heavyweight, and he's not as big as you, but he's probably about 6'7", an enormous Kiwi. Yeah, he's short, short for you. But he is, this is who Coca-Cola hired, right, to bring in to talk about workplace and human rights. So that's not a lightweight they brought in. They brought somebody in who comes from the human rights community, and in talking to him, this is as serious as a heart attack for this guy. I mean, he's very concerned about how not only his company embeds human rights, but the companies that they have business relationship. Coca-Cola does both, right? IOC and FIFA sponsor. So their wagon is hitched to the Olympic Games and the World Cup. So they have a very big interest in seeing that this is done in a way that respect for human rights is embedded. And that's reflected in at least the people that I've met. I haven't met all of them, but the ones that I have met are credible people who come from a human rights sort of UN family background.
But our young girls, they have to be protected. And so many of them are being taken away from their home because of the condition where they live, and giving promises, big promises that they will have a great dream, they will succeed either from athleticism, from basketball, from volleyball and tennis. Some of them are being taken to Middle East and Southern Europe in particular. Talk about Spain. Spain is terrible. I'm happy to say that. Italy and Portugal and Middle East, I see those things is happening because when you take those young girls, say, okay, you're going to be playing sport, you're going to be playing tennis, and they get there, they play basketball, and the girl doesn't perform very well, doesn't reach their goal in its second or third year, it's been pushed out of the society. where there's nobody who's supporting them financially no more. And the girl will end up on the street. What will happen when it doesn't? And he will find somebody who will call himself a pimp or a guardian, and they will go to the road of becoming a prostitute. And those are the things that are happening. I hope there can be more policemen to this issue. It's very difficult. There's so many problems. I'm so happy that we're having this talk today. But this talk cannot take place just today. It needs to take place more often. We can hear maybe 5 of them a year, so we can talk about this problem. And we don't have to be just in the U.S. when we're discussing this issue. And we need to take this issue in the different places, and so the world will know that we do care, and we are very much concerned about the future generation, and we want to protect our children.
And I think you both have proven that you do a lot every day to protect children and protect the youth, not just in sport, but around the world. What is something the audience and the members here can do to help protect youth in sports, to work on promoting human rights in sports?
Okay. Who here is from the NGO community? Okay, NGO, human rights community? Okay, so stakeholders. So in this new world that I am now living in with the 2026 bid, stakeholder engagement isn't a best practice, it's a requirement. So when I go to talk to stakeholders about how do we really do right by child safeguarding for volunteers, because there are going to be thousands of volunteers, and many of them will be kids, which is an opportunity for them, which is good. But how do we safeguard them? So to do that, we have to engage with NGOs and stakeholders who do this, who focus on this, and say, how can we help each other? We want to understand what best practice is and what measures are that we can do and embed into our policies, into our recruitment, into our capacity building, into everything that safeguard the interest of minors involved with the staging of the World Cup. Help us understand what we need to do, help us do it. So that's the first piece, the stakeholder engagement piece. If you are from the sporting governing body world, which is the one I come from, I used to work at FIFA and have had various roles in other governing organizations as well. We have a lot to learn from the stakeholder community and the human rights community. So we all have a part to play in embedding human rights into sports. As a stakeholder and as governing bodies, we need each other, because the only way it's going to work is if we work together.
I think we have to educate also our other parents to protect the children. What I mean by that, I'm talking about my own personal experience. I remember when I was in 9th grade, going to my 10th grade, because I was already 7-footer. I had people coming up from Lebanon, from Greece, from Italy. Everybody was coming on my neighborhood, asking my mom and dad if they can take me overseas to go play the game of basketball, because they think that they can turn me to be one of the big superstars. But my dad was there, standing firm, was like, no, you're not taking my child, because I don't know where you're taking my child at. I don't know. I know that you might have a dream for my kids, but I don't know you and I don't know where my child is going. And the parents need to be responsible. Not because you are in a poverty and you have to let your child go without knowing where your kids is going. And I think we, as a human and a different organization, we have all those resources. We can help those parents in those poverty countries to make sure that they protect their children. Because we are losing a lot of kids in our society because of the dream and the hope. We all have dream. We all are hoping that our children will have a better future than we did. But in the same token, we need to put a fence around them, and we need to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for joining us today on stage. Thank you. Yeah, we're good. Let's go.
We're good? I have a present for you, Mr. Patumbo.
Uh-oh.
You're not appropriately dressed. So I know you're a soccer fan. This says United. It doesn't say Manchester United, but it says United bid. United as one.
I love soccer. That was my favorite sport.
And you need to hydrate because all athletes need to hydrate. So there you go.
So this is a World Cup campaign.
Yeah, this is the campaign to host the World Cup.
Thank you. I'll wear it for you.
Thank you.
I'm not going to charge you. Thank you.
Megan, thank you very much for leading that discussion. Mr. Mutombo, Mrs. Harvey, thank you for joining us here at the Chamber. Great discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Well, everyone, as we look to conclude our event, we have a special treat. Joining us via Skype from Arizona, please give a warm welcome to Miss Cindy McCain, co-chair of the McCain Institute's Human Trafficking Advisory Council, assuming our technology works, for purposes of introducing our final and last distinguished speaker, Senator Heitkamp. Mrs. McCain?
Thank you very much for allowing me to be able to Skype in today. I apologize profusely for not being there today. As you know, you can tell I'm coming to you from our ranch, and I'm up here with my husband recovering very nicely. My job, first of all, is to thank the folks in the Chamber for helping to put this on, and of course my good friends from ICSS. Trafficking in sports is critical, and something we need to join together both sides to stop. And health of children are paramount. But to do what I'm really asked to do today, which is to introduce your guest, and that's Senator Heitkamp. Such a good friend of mine, and I've been proud and honored to work with her on the issue of human trafficking. And to be more specific on the issue of trafficking within our American peoples. Heidi is a leader that people look to for answers. The issues surrounding our native, our young children nationwide is so desperate right now. So happy Heidi is part of this. And more importantly, I'm to say she's my friend. So I give you Senator Heitkamp.
Hey, Cindy. Hey, Cindy. What do you got behind your head there? What is that thing?
The warthog.
That's what I thought.
It is. My son's a hunter, so.
I think it's absolutely wonderful, and this is such an honor to stand in for Cindy today and talk about something that is such a part of the American experience, and that is sport. And it's not just the American experience, it's a global phenomenon, whether it is football, or as we call it here, soccer, whether it is hockey in Canada, whether it is baseball in the United States of America. All sporting events are critical to the culture of where people live. And if you don't believe me, you should talk to the Minnesota Vikings fans. Because if you watch that game, there isn't a fan of the Minnesota Vikings that will ever forget where they were when they watched that final touchdown. And I had the honor of being asked by the McCain Institute to be the moderator on a sports panel at the last Sedona Forum. And it was like the coveted role. You know, because all of the senators somehow think that their athletic prowess is, we should all be known as something other than lawmakers and known as people who are interested in sport and interested in what we do. But I've also been historically interested in sport as a cultural issue. And it was three great sports leaders from Arizona. And we had a chance to sit down with Sean Doan and Larry Fitzgerald and Gonzo, and we basically showed them a videotape. And it was a videotape of a young boy, he was a farm kid, so of course melted my heart right away. And he had been helping his dad on the farm all summer long. And so his dad at the end says, "You've been really helpful, but I have one more thing I want you to do with me." And the kid kind of rolled his eyes. And "Can you do that?" And he said, yeah, he thought he could. And yep, just give it to me, I'll just do it. And so he hands him this envelope, this young boy, about 10, 11 years old, hands him an envelope. And he opens up the envelope, and it is 2 tickets to the Chicago Cubs Cardinals game that next season. And the kid looks at it, and first he can't believe that he has these 2 tickets. And then he bursts into tears, and his dad bursts into tears, and his mom bursts into tears. And everybody is having this moment that is so precious to a family. Sports is about family. It's about our culture. It's about who we are as a society. It identifies us. If you're a Minnesota Vikings fan, chances are you get slit and you bleed purple. If you're a Green Bay Packers fan, you've got all the memorabilia and all of the wonderful sports jackets. You wear it. It's part of who you are. It's part of your identity, at least in my part of the country. And it's also part of those moments that we share with families. And that's why it's so important that forums like this are created to talk about the significance of sport. It's not just a business. It's about who we are. And when that business doesn't reflect our values, whether it is challenges in enhancement, performing drugs, whether it's challenges in not playing by all the right rules, whether it's challenges that you have with behavior that's off the court, those challenges affect all of us, different from the challenge that somebody would experience as perhaps a business leader, because those are our teams. That's the tribe we identify with. And so it is so important that on the front edge of almost any cultural or significant human rights challenge and issue that we have, that sports play a role. And I want to take maybe Cindy back to our first meeting. You know, we didn't really know each other, and I think what may have happened is John may have told Cindy that I had asked that the committee do a hearing on human trafficking at the Homeland Security Committee, because I had heard so much about what was happening in the oil patch in North Dakota with this explosion of prostitution. And so John convinced Cindy that she might want to come over and visit with me, but it was in the front end of worrying about what was going to happen in Arizona with the Super Bowl. And that's what we talked about, how we were going to bring more attention to the Super Bowl as a maven and haven, safe haven for human trafficking. And we talked about how do you balance that love people have for their sports with the obligation that we should all feel as members of our community to send the right signals, to stand together. And when we all stand together, we stand stronger against injustice, against the kinds of behaviors that are reprehensible. And today, you know that you've heard a lot about human trafficking. You've heard a lot about what happens when sports figures like the ones you just saw get involved in changing the dynamic. They become change agents, and they make a difference. And so the role that you have now, having been through this experience today, with all of these great sponsors, and a special shout out to the McCain Institute, the role is to try and figure out how you can, in fact, move your involvement in sports to evolve our society to a better place, a more human place, a place where children aren't sold into slavery for sex, a place where every person is valued, whether they grew up in a village in Nigeria or whether they grew up in a downtown penthouse in Manhattan, that everybody has that sense of opportunity. And so I want to say that I honestly believe that the role of sports figures and the role of the sports industry goes beyond the role of any other business. Because you represent, sports figures in this country represent a cultural significance that is unparalleled in any other business, in any other enterprise in this country. When we identify in North Dakota, we identify whether we're Packers fans or Vikings fans. There's an occasional Dallas Cowboy, I don't know why. But we identify as people who are NDSU graduates and fans of the Bison, 6-time national champion, had to get that in. Or whether they're hockey fans from the University of North Dakota. It is part of our identity. And when part of our identity means, and when part of that means that we are going to identify as human rights activists, that we are going to identify as people who care about something that's bigger than the sport itself, that's when sports has really fulfilled its obligation in this country. And so go forth, do great work. Let's make sure that this is an industry that is secure and safe for the fans who show up in the stands, but let's make sure that it is an industry that is a beacon, a shining beacon of hope and opportunity for everyone, and that it will never, as an industry, tolerate the selling of human beings and the exploitation of children. And so big shout out to Minneapolis, St. Paul, who's going to host the Super Bowl. I know that they're already doing great work with Cindy's help and with the help of great leaders like Amy Klobuchar. But thank you all for caring about this, for seeing an additional responsibility and a critical mission within sport to change human behavior and to change the world as a better place for human rights. Thank you so much for letting me come. Cindy, thank you so much for inviting me to do this. Take care.
Thank you, Senator Heitkamp, and thank you so much, Mrs. McCain. As the final closing speaker, my name is Kush Choksi. I'm with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I just want to thank again the McCain Institute, Mrs. McCain, Senator Heitkamp, ICSS. Also a special shout out to Megan Lekovich from the McCain Institute for all of her help. The U.S. Chamber team, Steve Lutz, Karen Reisen, and Anna Barris. Also, the Chamber's National Security Team, the Qatar Chamber of Commerce, the Embassy of Qatar, the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy of the 2022 Games, and all of the participants, and most certainly all of the panelists. A number of lessons learned from today's forum: protecting major events and a broad range of threats was what we started out with. We heard a wonderful presentation on the 2022 Games and the opportunities there are for American businesses, the role of technology and innovation in protecting and securing sports, integrity in sports and youth, the issues faced in terms of trafficking and in sports and how they can be addressed. Looking forward, certainly the U.S. Chamber, together with our partners, we are clearly vested in securing sports through business, and certainly in supporting Qatar's efforts as it gears towards the 2022 Games. So with that, thank you very much, and I believe we now have a reception, the Save the Dream reception next door. Thanks again.